fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we journey to a time when the world was young, and the Valar still walked openly among the elves. We visit an age when the greatest kingdom of men had not yet risen from the waves, when the Edain wandered as refugees in lands torn by war against darkness itself. Yet even in the darkest hours, when hope seemed lost and evil triumphant, courage and loyalty would be rewarded beyond all imagining. Before we enter these lands where sacrifice becomes blessing and faithfulness earns the greatest gift ever given to mortal men, drop a comment letting me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it currently is. Your presence makes this journey from the ashes of Beleriand to the star-shaped isle all the more meaningful. The tale begins not with glory, but with ashes. Beleriand lay broken beneath the weight of centuries spent fighting against the shadow of Morgoth. Cities that once rang with laughter had fallen silent. Rivers ran red with blood instead of clear water. The elves, immortal and fair, could endure such sorrow through ages of the world. But men lived brief lives that flickered like candle flames in the growing darkness. 3 houses of the Edan had chosen to stand beside the elves when they might have fled to safer lands beyond the mountains. The house of Boré first to cross the Blue Mountains and find friendship with Finrod Felagund. The house of Haleth, fierce and independent, who carved out their dwelling in the dangerous forest of Brethil. The house of Hador, golden-haired and brave, who served the kings of Gondolin and Hithlum with unwavering devotion. Generation after generation, these mortal folk bore burdens that might have crushed stronger spirits. They watched their children grow old and die, while the war against evil continued without end. Fathers passed swords to sons, who would pass them to grandsons, all knowing they might never live to see victory. Yet they did not abandon their oaths to the Eldar, nor did they seek the easier path of neutrality that other men had chosen. Hurin of the House of Hador stood before Morgoth himself and refused to reveal the location of Gondolin, though the Dark Lord tortured him with curses that would destroy his children. Beren of the House of Bia dared to steal the Silmaril from Morgoth's crown, winning the love of Luthien and proving that men could achieve deeds worthy of song. Tuatha of Gondolin bore the messages of Ulmo through perilous lands, guiding the last survivors to safety. These were not isolated acts of courage, but the character of an entire people who had chosen light over darkness even when darkness seemed certain to prevail. In the iron mines of Angband, Edain prisoners sang songs of hope rather than curses of despair. On the battlefields of unnumbered tears, they stood their ground when retreat might have saved their lives. In the hidden halls where refugees gathered, they shared their bread with others, though they had little for themselves. The Valar watched this faithfulness with growing admiration. Here were beings whose lives lasted barely a century, yet who chose to spend those precious years serving causes greater than themselves. They could have lived in peace, far from the wars of elves and dark lords, raising families and tending farms in distant valleys, where Morgoth's shadow never fell. Instead, they remained loyal to oaths sworn in friendship, keeping faith with allies who would outlive them by thousands of years. When the War of Wrath came at last and Morgoth fell in ruin, the Edain found themselves among the victors, but also among the bereft. Beleriand itself would sink beneath the waves. The lands where they had dwelt for centuries, where their ancestors lay buried. where their greatest deeds had been accomplished, would vanish forever beneath the sea. Victory had come, but at the cost of losing their homeland entirely. Manwë spoke in council with his fellow Valar about how such loyalty should be rewarded. The Edain had given everything in service to the light, losing not only their lives, but their very lands in the struggle against darkness. Justice demanded that those who had sacrificed so much should receive something precious in return. The one who set the music of creation in motion had prepared a gift beyond their imagining, a land where they might dwell in peace and prosperity for ages to come. Thus did the sacrifice of the Edain in the elder days plant the seeds of what would become the greatest kingdom ever granted to mortal men. Their faithfulness in darkness had earned them a place in the light. Their loyalty to friends who seemed doomed had won them allies among the powers of the world. From the ashes of their old home would rise something magnificent and new, a realm worthy of those who had proven themselves worthy of trust beyond all measure. The gift promised to the Edain would require a king to guide them, and the Valar looked to the children of Eärendil for this great responsibility. Elrond and Elros, born of the union between mortal and immortal, carried within their blood the heritage of both kindreds. These brothers faced a choice that no others in Middle-earth had ever confronted: to embrace the fate of elves and live forever, or to accept the doom of men and pass beyond the circles of the world. Both had fought in the War of Wrath, sailing with their father among the host of Valinor that brought final victory over Morgoth. They had seen the ruin of Beleriand and the sorrow of both peoples who called them kinsmen. The elves offered them immortality and the chance to dwell in the undying lands where grief could not touch them. Yet they had also witnessed the courage of their mortal kin, the fierce bright flame of lives that burned briefly but with tremendous purpose. Elrond chose the path of the Eldar, accepting the gift of endless days and the wisdom that comes with ages of memory. He would become a guardian of knowledge and a keeper of the light that must not fail. His brother walked a different road, one that led through the shadow of death, toward something the elves could never know. Elros chose mortality, but mortality crowned with purpose beyond the dreams of ordinary men. The choice carried weight beyond personal preference. Elros would not simply become a mortal man, but the first in a line of kings who would rule over the greatest realm ever granted to his people. His descendants would live longer than common men, their lives extended by divine blessing. Yet they would still face the ultimate journey that awaits all who are born to die. He accepted this burden willingly, understanding that leadership required the same sacrifice his people had made in the wars against darkness. When the new land rose from the waves far to the west of Middle-earth, Elros stood upon its shores as Tar Minúta, the first king. The Quenya name marked him as a bridge between worlds, bearing an elvish title yet ruling over men. He was neither fully of one kindred nor the other, but something new, a leader suited to guide a people who had earned their place, among the blessed through their own choices rather than their birth. The crown he wore was not made of gold or silver, but of mithril, blessed by the Valar themselves. It caught the light of both sun and stars, reflecting the dual nature of its bearer. Elros had lived among elves and learned their lore. Yet he understood the hearts of men and their desire for achievement within the bounds of mortal life. This wisdom would guide the early years of Numenor, when the patterns of kingship and law were first established. For 400 years, Elros ruled with wisdom that grew deeper with each passing generation of his subjects. He watched children become parents, then grandparents, their lives complete, while his continued. This taught him patience and a long view that few mortal rulers ever achieve. He saw how traditions took root and flourished, how customs developed and changed, how a people could grow in wisdom without losing their essential character. His court became a place where the best of elvish and mortal culture blended into something entirely new. Songs were composed that captured both the timeless beauty, beloved by the firstborn, and the poignant urgency that drives the younger children of Eru. Art and architecture emerged that honored both traditions, while serving the practical needs of a growing kingdom. Laws were established that balanced justice with mercy, strength with compassion. The king's own family grew around him. Children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, each carrying forward the blessed bloodline that would produce generations of rulers. Yet Elros never forgot that his gift came with limits. Unlike his brother, he would not sail into the west when his time came. His fate was bound to the land he ruled and the people who looked to him for guidance, their mortal king who had chosen to share their ultimate destiny. As his 400th year approached, Elros felt the weight of his choice settling upon him, like a cloak he had always known he would one day wear. Death held no terror for one who had chosen it freely, but it carried the bitter sweetness of a task completed and a legacy entrusted to others. He had built the foundations of something magnificent, but he would not see its full flowering. That privilege and responsibility would belong to those who came after. When Tarmineta finally laid down his crown and passed beyond the circles of the world, he left behind more than a kingdom. He had proven that mortality, freely chosen and nobly lived, could achieve greatness that outlasted any single life. The example of his reign would guide his descendants through centuries of glory, and when they eventually forgot the wisdom of their first king, the consequences would reshape the world itself. Far from the shores of Middle-earth, beyond the sight of any mariner's eye, the Valar raised from the depths a land unlike any other in the circles of the world. The seafloor trembled as divine power stirred the foundations of creation. Mountains rose from abyssal darkness into sunlight. Valleys carved themselves between peaks, while rivers began their first journey toward coasts yet unseen. What emerged from the waves defied the natural order, a realm crafted by hands immortal for purposes beyond ordinary understanding. The isle took the shape of a five-pointed star, each arm stretching into the surrounding waters, like fingers reaching toward distant horizons. No accident of geology had formed this perfect symmetry. At the center of this star-shaped wonder rose a mountain higher than any peak in Middle-earth, save the Thangorodrim's towers. The Mental Tama, the pillar of heaven, lifted its summit into the very clouds. From its slopes, clear streams descended through carefully planned channels, bringing fresh water to every corner of the realm. No part of the new land would know thirst or want, for the Valar had designed abundance into its very foundations. The climate they granted exceeded even the blessed valleys of Imladris. Gentle rains fell when needed, bringing life without destruction. Winters came mild, touching the land with just enough cold to mark the passing seasons without bringing hardship. Summers bloomed warm but never scorching, with breezes from the encircling sea carrying coolness and the scent of distant flowers. The very air seemed touched with something beyond the natural world. Soil rich beyond the dreams of any farmer, spread across plains and hillsides. Seeds planted in this earth would grow with vigor unknown in Middle-earth, producing harvests to feed multitudes. Fruit trees bore sweeter crops than any orchard in Beleriand had ever yielded. Grain grew tall and golden, while gardens flourished with vegetables and herbs of extraordinary virtue. The Valar had ensured their chosen people would never know hunger or need. Forests of trees, both familiar and strange, covered the rolling hills. Oak and ash grew beside species found nowhere else in the world. They were perfect for building, and their beauty a constant joy to the eye. Some bore fruit, others flowers of surpassing loveliness. The lumber from these woods would prove ideal for shipbuilding, strong yet light, able to carry vessels farther than any craft had sailed before. Beneath the surface lay treasures to rival the mines of Khazad-dûm. Veins of gold ran through mountain hearts alongside silver pure as starlight. Precious gems sparkled in hidden caves, while deposits of iron and copper promised tools and weapons of exceptional quality. Yet these riches remained secondary to the greater gift, a land where people could dwell in peace and prosperity, far from the shadows cast by ancient evils. The shores themselves spoke of divine planning rather than natural formation. Deep harbors offered perfect anchorage for ships of any size, while beaches of white sand stretched between rocky headlands. Tides rose and fell with gentle predictability, never bringing the storms or dangerous surges plagued other coastlines. The sea around the isle teemed with fish, ensuring food from the waters to match the plenty of the land. Strange lights played across the sky above this blessed realm, aurora-like displays visible only from its shores. The stars themselves seemed brighter here, their patterns clearer to navigators studying the heavens. Some claimed the very air held properties, enhancing sight and hearing, making distances seem shorter, and sounds carry farther than nature usually allowed. These were gifts beyond the physical, hints of the special destiny awaiting those who would call this place home. No dangerous beasts stalked these forests or prowled these shores. The Valar had populated their creation with creatures gentle and useful to humanity. Deer and rabbits, songbirds and butterflies, horses swift and strong. Fish swam in clear streams, while birds nested in peaceful groves. Even the insects served beneficial purposes, pollinating flowers and controlling pests without bringing disease or irritation to the future inhabitants. Rivers flowed with water clearer than crystal, carrying no silt or pollution from their mountain sources to the welcoming sea. These waterways would serve as highways for trade and transport, their currents carefully designed to aid rather than hinder travel. Lakes nestled in perfect valleys, their depths cool and clean, reflecting the sky like mirrors set among emerald hills. The very stones of this realm held special properties. Builders would find materials perfectly suited to grand constructions, while craftsmen discovered metals and gems, responding to their skills with unusual ease. Nothing here would prove difficult or treacherous to work with. Every element of the landscape invited development and prosperity, as if the land itself waited eagerly for human hands to unlock its potential. Thus did the Valar create not merely a refuge for the faithful Edan, but a masterpiece of divine architecture. Every hill and valley, every stream and shore, had been planned and shaped with love. This was Numenor, the Westerness, a realm worthy of the people who had sacrificed everything in service to the light. Soon ships would carry the survivors of Beleriand to these blessed shores, and a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth would begin. Ships arrived bearing the survivors of Beleriand to shores, unmarked by any previous footfall. The Edan stepped onto beaches of white sand, carrying with them tools and treasures salvaged from their drowned homeland. Behind them lay the ruins of everything they had known. Before them stretched a land of infinite possibility, waiting for the touch of human hands to awaken its potential. The first task would be choosing where to build their greatest city, the seat of kings and the heart of their new realm. Elros led the exploration parties inland from the western harbors. Following the clear streams flowing down from the central mountain, the company moved through valleys rich with fertile soil and hillsides, covered in forests of magnificent trees. Each location offered advantages, but the king sought something more than mere convenience. He desired a site worthy of the gift they had received, a place where architecture could match the grandeur of the land itself. The chosen spot lay on rising ground some distance from the coast, where several streams converged before continuing their journey to the sea. Hills provided natural defense, while valleys offered space for growth. The central mountain loomed to the east, its peak visible from every quarter of the proposed city. Fresh water flowed abundantly, while nearby forests promised timber for construction. Most importantly, the location spoke to something deeper than practical considerations. It felt like the natural heart of the island. Foundation stones were quarried from nearby hills, white marble veined with gold that caught sunlight like captured fire. The elves had taught the Edain much about building with stone, but here they discovered new techniques, emerging from their own creativity. Local materials responded to their tools with unusual cooperation, as if the very rocks desired to be shaped into something beautiful. Blocks fitted together with precision that amazed even the most skilled masons. The first structure to rise was the citadel of the king, positioned on the highest ground to overlook the growing city. Its walls rose from foundations cut deep into living rock, built to endure for ages yet to come. Towers reached toward the sky, without appearing to challenge the mountain that watched over them. The architecture blended elvish grace with human ambition, creating something entirely new yet harmonious with the landscape around it. Streets were planned with care, following natural contours while creating pleasing vistas, and practical access to important buildings. Wide avenues allowed for grand processions and the movement of trade goods, while smaller lanes provided intimate spaces for daily life. Public squares offered gathering places for markets and celebrations. Gardens were incorporated into every district, ensuring that nature would always remain part of the urban experience. The harbor quarter developed rapidly as merchants and craftsmen established workshops near the docks. Warehouses rose beside shipyards, while the homes of sea captains claimed the best views of the water. Yet even these practical districts received careful attention to beauty and proportion. No building was allowed to mar the harmony of the whole, and every structure contributed to the growing magnificence of Armenelos, the golden. Residential areas spread across the lower hills in terraced neighborhoods, each family receiving land sufficient for a dwelling and garden. The houses themselves reflected both old traditions and new possibilities, styles brought from Beleriand mixed with innovations inspired by local materials and climate. Courtyards provided cool spaces during warm seasons, while large windows welcomed the gentle breezes that made even summer days comfortable. The great library arose near the citadel, its halls designed to preserve not only books and scrolls, but the living memory of their people. Here the lore-masters would gather the songs and stories of the Edain, along with new knowledge gained in their blessed realm. The building itself became a work of art, its reading rooms filled with natural light, and its archives protected against the passage of time. Workshops for the various crafts clustered in their own quarters, where the sound of hammers on anvils mixed with the songs of workers proud of their skills. The smithies produced tools and weapons superior to any made in Middle-earth, while jewelers discovered that local gems responded to their art with unusual brilliance. Weavers created cloth of extraordinary beauty, and carpenters found the island's timber perfect for furniture that would last for centuries. Sacred spaces were not forgotten in the planning of the city. A great hall rose near the center, designed for ceremonies honoring Eru Iluvatar and celebrating the festivals that would mark the seasons. Nimloth, the white tree, was planted in a place of honor, where its beauty could be appreciated by all who walked the city's streets. Smaller shrines appeared in various quarters, providing quiet places for prayer and contemplation. Years passed as Armenelos grew from ambitious plans into magnificent reality. Each building added to the city's splendor without detracting from its neighbors. The result was neither the timeless perfection of elven cities, nor the bustling chaos of human settlements in Middle-earth, but something uniquely Numenorian. Here was a capital worthy of the greatest kingdom ever granted to the race of men. The city became a beacon visible from ships still far at sea, its white towers and golden domes catching the light of both sun and stars. Armenelos the Golden had risen, a crown jewel set in the heart of the star-shaped isle. From these halls, the line of kings would rule in wisdom and justice, and to these streets would come tribute and embassies from the farthest corners of the world. The new realm had found its worthy heart. With Armenelos rising in splendor upon its chosen hills, the time came to establish the symbols of divine favor and royal authority. These would mark the new realm as blessed among all lands, carrying forward the sacred trust between the Edain and their heavenly benefactors. Two gifts, above all others, would embody this covenant: a living tree bearing the light of the undying lands, and a scepter wrought by hands, immortal for the guidance of mortal kings. From the gardens of Yavanna came Nimloth the Fair, a sapling of Galathilion, the white tree of Tyrion. Its bark shone like silver in moonlight, its leaves gleamed green gold in the sun, and its flowers bloomed white as stars against the evening sky. This was no ordinary plant, but a living symbol of the bond between earth and heaven, mortality and eternity. The very air around it seemed purer, and its presence brought peace to troubled hearts. The ceremony of planting took place in the court of the king, attended by all the great families who had survived the ruin of Beleriand. Elros himself set the young tree in soil mixed with earth from the undying lands, while the assembled people sang hymns of thanksgiving. As the roots took hold in blessed ground, many felt they witnessed more than horticulture. This was the establishment of something sacred in their new homeland. Nimloth grew with unusual speed and vigor, its branches spreading wide to offer shade in the courtyard's center. Birds came to nest in its boughs, though they sang sweeter songs than any heard in Middle-earth. The tree's flowers appeared to glow with inner light during the hours of darkness, making the courtyard a place of wonder, even on the blackest nights. Children would gather beneath its branches to hear stories, lovers would meet in its shadow, and kings would sit in its shade to render judgment. The royal scepter arrived by different means, borne across the sea by one of the great eagles of Manwë, crafted from mithril and set with a single jewel containing captured starlight. It spoke of authority granted rather than seized. The gem at its head held depths no mortal eye could fully fathom, shifting between silver and gold and blue like the changing moods of sea and sky. To hold it was to feel the weight of kingship and the responsibility of rule. Elros received the scepter in a ceremony witnessed by representatives of all the noble houses. He knelt before the altar in the great hall, and when he rose with the symbol of his office in hand, even the eldest among his people felt they looked upon something more than human. The scepter would pass from king to king, down through the generations, each ruler sworn to carry its burden with wisdom and humility. Religious observances took shape around these central symbols, ceremonies marking the seasons and celebrating the gifts received from divine hands. The festival of Arukium honored the beginning of each year, when the people gathered to renew their oaths of faithfulness. The feast of Yestar welcomed spring with prayers for growth and prosperity. Summer brought the celebration of La, while autumn was marked by Iavaz, a time of thanksgiving for the harvest. The great altar in the Hall of Ceremonies was carved from a single block of white stone, its surface smooth as glass, yet warm to the touch. Upon it burned a flame kindled from fire brought from the undying lands, a light never allowed to fade. The priests who tended this sacred fire came from families chosen for their devotion, and their duties passed from father to son through the generations. Music played an essential role in these observances, with songs composed specifically for the new land and its unique relationship with the divine. Choirs trained from childhood to perform the complex harmonies required for the greatest ceremonies. Instruments were crafted with unusual care, their makers seeking not just beauty of sound, but spiritual resonance. The music itself seemed to carry prayers aloft, more surely than words alone. Sacred texts began to accumulate in the temple archives, recording not only the ceremonies themselves, but the theological understanding developing among the people. Scholars debated questions of divine will and mortal responsibility, of the nature of the gift they had received, and the obligations it entailed. These discussions remained respectful and thoughtful, for all understood they dwelt in a realm where the divine presence was particularly close. Royal regalia extended beyond crown and scepter, to include robes of state woven from the finest materials available in the new realm. The cloth itself was remarkable, seeming to catch and hold light in its fibers. The colors were deep and rich, royal blue like the depths of the sea, white like the tree's flowers, gold like the starlight captured in the scepter's gem. These garments transformed their wearer, making even the humblest king appear worthy of his divine mandate. Thus were established the outward signs of Numenor's special nature, symbols visible to all who looked upon them, yet carrying meanings deeper than mere decoration. The white tree and the scepter would endure through centuries of prosperity, witnesses to the covenant between the blessed people and their heavenly patrons. Only when that covenant was broken would these symbols lose their power, and their fate would mirror the destiny of the realm they had sanctified. The symbols of divine favor and royal authority now established, Elros turned his attention to the framework of law and governance, guiding his realm through the ages to come. A kingdom blessed by the Valar required more than sacred trees and jeweled scepters. It needed justice tempered with wisdom, strength balanced by mercy, and traditions worthy of a people who had earned their place through sacrifice and loyalty. The laws he would establish must serve not just his own reign, but countless generations of kings yet unborn. The Council of the Scepter convened for the first time in the Great Hall of Armenelos, bringing together the wisest voices from all the surviving houses of the Edan. Representatives came from the House of Beor, keepers of ancient law and tradition. The House of Haleth sent their most learned judges, known for fair dealing and careful thought. The House of Hador contributed warriors, schooled in leadership and protection of the innocent. Together they would forge a legal system befitting their blessed realm. Precedent came from many sources, yet none could be adopted without change. The customs of Beleriand had served well enough in exile and war, but peaceful prosperity required different approaches. Elvish law offered wisdom but dealt with immortal folk whose concerns differed greatly from mortal needs. The laws of other men in Middle-earth remained too crude for a people elevated above common humanity. Something new must emerge, blending the best of all traditions with innovations suited to their unique circumstances. The Great Code took shape through months of careful deliberation, each article debated until consensus emerged. Property law balanced individual ownership with community welfare, ensuring no one would lack necessities, yet protecting the fruits of honest labor. Criminal justice emphasized restoration over mere punishment, seeking to heal wounds rather than simply inflict suffering. Trade regulations encouraged enterprise and prevented exploitation, fostering prosperity without breeding corruption. Royal authority received careful definition, neither absolute nor merely ceremonial. The king ruled by divine mandate, his power flowing from sources beyond human ambition. Yet this authority came with obligations, binding him as surely as they elevated him. He must seek counsel from the wise, show mercy to the repentant, and always remember his crown was held in trust for his people. A king forgetting these duties could find his mandate withdrawn by the same powers granting it. The rights of subjects were enumerated with precision born of hard experience. Every citizen could expect protection from violence and theft, fair treatment before the law, and opportunity to better their condition through honest effort. Speech remained free within bounds of courtesy and truth. Religious observance was protected, but not compelled. The right to hold property, practice trades, and form families received explicit guarantee. These freedoms came with corresponding duties: to serve the realm in time of need, to deal honestly with neighbors, and to honor the divine source of their blessings. Justice would be administered through courts established in each district of the growing realm. Local magistrates handled minor disputes and common crimes, with greater matters rising to regional tribunals. The most serious cases, those involving noble families, questions of royal law, or matters touching the kingdom's welfare, came before the High Court in Armanelos itself. Appeals could rise through this system, ensuring justice was not merely local preference, but kingdom-wide principle. The role of noble houses received careful consideration, balancing ancient privilege with evolving needs. Great families retained their traditional honors and responsibilities, leading their people in peace as they had in war. Yet nobility now carried defined obligations to maintain order in their regions, to provide troops in times of danger, to ensure justice was available to all, regardless of birth or wealth. Privilege without responsibility had no place in a realm founded on service and sacrifice. Laws governing marriage and family reflected both tradition and the special nature of their blessed land. The bonds between husband and wife received sacred protection, recognized as fundamental to social stability. Children born within these unions gained automatic citizenship and inheritance rights. Adoption procedures allowed childless couples to find fulfillment and provided homes for orphans. Even the dissolution of failed marriages received regulation, ensuring such tragedies did not destroy lives or abandon the innocent. Trade and commerce fell under detailed statute designed to encourage prosperity and prevent abuse. Fair weights and measures became mandatory throughout the realm. Contracts required clear terms and honest dealing. Foreign merchants received protection under Numenorian law. The growing maritime trade needed particular attention, with regulations covering everything from cargo disputes to the rights of sailors. Harbor fees were standardized, preventing corruption and funding necessary improvements. Military service became both duty and honor, with clear procedures for raising troops when needed. Every able-bodied man owed service to the crown, but this obligation was balanced against family needs and economic necessity. Professional soldiers formed the core of the royal guard, but citizen militias would defend their home districts. Officers rose through merit rather than birth alone, ensuring military leadership remained effective rather than merely hereditary. The process of changing these laws received as much attention as their initial creation. Future generations might face circumstances unknown to the founders, requiring new responses to novel challenges. Amendment procedures balanced stability with adaptability, making change possible but not easy. The consent of king, council, and a majority of noble houses would be required for major alterations. Minor adjustments could emerge through judicial interpretation, but fundamental changes demanded broad agreement. Thus did Elros establish not merely rules for his own time, but a framework capable of growing with his kingdom. The Great Code would endure for millennia, its wisdom tested by prosperity and adversity alike. Only when later kings forgot the principles underlying these laws would the kingdom's troubles truly begin. For now, though Numenor possessed both the symbols of divine favor and the earthly structures necessary to preserve blessing through the turning of the ages. With laws established and governance secured, the people of Numenor began to develop the cultural identity that would mark them as unique among all the children of Eru. Their language evolved from the Adunaic of their fathers, enriched by contact with elvish tongues and shaped by their new environment. Daily customs emerged from practical needs and artistic inspiration alike. The very rhythm of life on the Blessed Isle took on patterns unknown in Middle-earth, reflecting both their elevated nature and their mortal heritage. The Nomenorian tongue grew more melodious with each passing generation, absorbing the musical qualities of Sindarin and Quenya, while retaining the strength and directness valued by the Edan. New words arose to describe phenomena unique to their island home, the particular quality of light reflected from the white cliffs, the distinctive songs of birds found nowhere else, the subtle differences in seasonal changes from those experienced in Beleriand. Poets and singers delighted in these linguistic treasures, weaving them into verses of surpassing beauty. Children learned multiple languages as naturally as they learned to walk. Adunaic remained the tongue of hearth and home, binding families together with words their grandparents would recognize. Sindarin served for formal occasions and communication with elven visitors, its ancient dignity suitable for ceremonies and official proclamations. Many noble families taught their offspring Quenya, the high Eldarin tongue that carried the weight of ages and the music of creation itself. Daily life on the island reflected abundance beyond the dreams of their ancestors. Families woke to the sound of waves against distant shores and the singing of birds in gardens that bloomed year-round. Morning meals featured fruits unknown in Middle-earth, their flavors carrying hints of starlight and sea air. Children played games inherited from Beleriand, but adapted to their new home, running through olive groves and climbing trees whose wood would one day build ships to sail farther than any vessel had traveled before. The rhythm of work followed natural patterns enhanced by supernatural blessing. Farmers found their crops growing with unusual vigor, yielding harvests that fed multitudes from relatively small plots. Craftsmen discovered that local materials responded to their skills with unprecedented cooperation. Wood carved easily into desired shapes, metals forged without excessive heat, gems cut with clarity that captured light like frozen flame. Even the simplest tasks seemed touched by magic in this blessed realm. Architecture evolved to match the island's unique character and climate. Homes rose with high ceilings to capture cooling breezes, wide windows to welcome gentle light, and courtyards designed for outdoor living. The white stone quarried from local hills proved ideal for construction, its luminous quality making buildings seem to glow with inner radiance. Gardens were integrated into every design, ensuring that the boundary between civilization and nature remained permeable and beautiful. Festivals marked the turning of seasons with celebrations unknown in other lands. The Festival of Waves honored the sea that surrounded and protected their home, featuring competitions in swimming, sailing, and the composition of maritime songs. The Feast of Fruits celebrated the island's abundant harvests, with communal meals shared in public squares. The Night of Stars brought astronomy lessons for the young and stargazing parties for lovers, all taking advantage of skies clearer than any seen from Middle-earth. Marriage customs blended tradition with innovation, reflecting both ancient values and new possibilities. Courtship often involved the exchange of small gifts crafted by the suitors themselves. Carved trinkets, woven cloth, or songs composed specifically for the beloved. Wedding ceremonies took place beneath the white tree when possible, its flowers providing a canopy of stars for the exchange of vows. Newlyweds traditionally planted a tree together, symbolizing their union's growth and permanence. Education became a priority as knowledge accumulated in the growing libraries of Armenalos. Children learned reading, writing, and arithmetic as basic skills, but their studies extended far beyond mere literacy. Geography lessons featured maps of lands their grandparents had never imagined. History courses preserved the memory of their heroic ancestors and the great events that had led to their present blessing. Music and poetry received equal attention with practical subjects, as beauty was considered as necessary as bread. The elderly found their wisdom treasured in a society that understood the value of experience and memory. Grandparents served as keepers of tradition, ensuring that important customs passed unchanged from generation to generation. Their stories of Beleriand and the Great Wars became foundation myths for children who had never known hardship or want. Evening gatherings often centered around these tales, keeping alive the memory of sacrifice that had purchased their present happiness. Religious observance wove itself naturally into daily routine without becoming burdensome or oppressive. Morning prayers offered thanks for another day in paradise. Evening reflections acknowledged the divine source of their blessings. Sacred meals on important festivals reminded everyone of their special relationship with the Valar. Yet these practices enhanced rather than interrupted the flow of normal life, adding meaning without imposing constraint. Women enjoyed freedoms and opportunities unknown to their sisters in Middle-earth, participating fully in the cultural and intellectual life of their communities. Some became scholars, adding their voices to theological and philosophical discussions. Others pursued artistic endeavors, creating works of lasting beauty in various media. Many combined domestic responsibilities with public service, proving that motherhood and citizenship could flourish together. Thus did the children of the Star Isle develop into something unprecedented in the history of the world, a people who combined the nobility of elves with the vigor of humanity, the wisdom of age with the energy of youth, the reverence for tradition with openness to innovation. Their culture would endure for millennia, setting standards of grace and achievement that would be remembered long after their island home had vanished beneath the waves. The blessed realm of Numenor came with a single prohibition, one restriction placed upon a people who had received every other imaginable gift. They must not sail west into the waters beyond sight of their shores, nor attempt to reach the undying lands where the Valar dwelt in eternal peace. This ban was not punishment, but protection, a boundary drawn by wisdom beyond mortal understanding. The Numenorians accepted it willingly in those early days, seeing divine love rather than arbitrary limitation in the command. The reasoning behind the restriction was explained gently by the Elven messengers who brought word of it to Elros and his council. Mortals were not made to dwell in the timeless realm beyond the circles of the world. Their gift was different from that of the elves, a life bounded by time but free to pass beyond the physical world, to destinations unknown even to the firstborn. To seek the undying lands would be to reject this gift, and pursue something never meant for their kind. Gil-galad, the High King, had established friendship with the Numenorians from their earliest days upon the island, sending ships bearing gifts and teachers to help them flourish in their new home. These vessels arrived regularly, their white sails bright against the blue horizon, as they approached from the east. The elves brought knowledge of many arts, astronomy and mathematics, music and poetry, the deeper mysteries of working with stone and metal and growing things. The harbor of Ravenna became the traditional landing place for these elven ships, its docks specially designed to accommodate vessels of unusual grace and beauty. Citizens would gather to watch the arrivals, marveling at craft that seemed to glide across the water rather than merely sail upon it. Children pressed forward to catch glimpses of beings who moved with inhuman elegance, their very presence bringing an air of otherworldly calm to the bustling port. Elven visitors were received with honor, befitting their status as representatives of the elder kindred and allies in ancient wars. They stayed in specially prepared quarters near the royal palace, simple rooms designed according to their own preferences rather than Numenorian ideas of luxury. Gardens surrounded these dwellings, planted with flowers and trees that reminded the guests of their own timeless realm, while adapting to the climate of the Blessed Isle. Cultural exchange flowed both ways during these visits, though the Numenorians gained far more than they gave. Elven scholars studied the rapid development of human society, fascinated by the pace of change and innovation among mortals. They observed how customs evolved within single generations, how new ideas spread and transformed through communities hungry for knowledge and beauty. In return, they shared wisdom accumulated over ages of the world. The libraries of Armenelos grew rich with scrolls and books bearing Eldarin knowledge, treatises on the movements of stars, histories of the elder days, collections of songs that captured the music underlying creation itself. Numenorian scribes worked alongside elven teachers to translate these works into tongues that mortal minds could more easily grasp. Some knowledge remained beyond human understanding, but much proved accessible to minds elevated above ordinary mortality. Language lessons became popular throughout the kingdom as people sought to communicate directly with their immortal teachers. The musical quality of Sindarin appealed to poets and singers, its flowing consonants and liquid vowels adding new beauty to their compositions. Quenya remained more difficult, its ancient formality requiring careful study, but noble families considered fluency in the High Eldarin tongue a mark of true education and refinement. Religious instruction proved particularly valuable, clarifying the relationship between the Valar and their mortal children. The elves explained the hierarchy of divine powers, with patience born of ages spent in contemplation of such matters. They spoke of Eru Ilúvatar, known as the One who created all things through music. They described the Valar as servants rather than gods, mighty beings entrusted with shaping and governing the world according to divine will. Craftsmanship reached new heights under elven guidance, as human creativity combined with immortal technique to produce works of unprecedented beauty. Smiths learned to work metals with delicacy previously unknown, while jewelers discovered new ways to cut gems that enhanced rather than merely revealed their natural splendor. Architects incorporated elven principles of harmony, and proportion into buildings that seemed to grow from their surroundings rather than impose upon them. The Numenorians proved eager students, their minds quick to grasp new concepts, and their hands skilled at implementing novel techniques. Yet they never became mere imitators of elven ways. Their own cultural identity remained strong, absorbing influences without being overwhelmed by them. The result was something unique, a civilization that combined the timeless wisdom of the firstborn with the creative energy characteristic of humanity. Maritime knowledge formed a special category of instruction, as the elves shared secrets of navigation and shipbuilding that enabled humans to sail farther than ever before. Star lore proved particularly valuable, teaching captains to read the heavens with precision that made voyages across vast distances both possible and safe. Yet always the teachers emphasized the eastern horizon, the paths that led toward Middle-earth, rather than the forbidden west. The ban itself was never questioned in these early years, accepted as readily as parents accept wise counsel from beloved elders. The Numenorians understood they had received blessings beyond measure, a paradise to dwell in, extended lifespans to enjoy it, and the friendship of beings who had walked with the gods themselves. One small restriction seemed a reasonable price for such magnificent gifts, especially when the restriction protected them from pursuing something harmful to their nature. Thus did the relationship between Numenor and the elves establish patterns that would endure for centuries, built on mutual respect and shared purpose. The band stood as a symbol, not of limitation, but of loving care, protecting mortal souls from destinations they were never meant to seek. Only when pride overcame gratitude would this wisdom be questioned, and the consequences would reshape both sea and sky. The knowledge gained from elven teachers and the ships built with divine blessing soon called to the Numenorians, like the sea itself, stirring desires for exploration that had slumbered during the peaceful years of building their civilization. The eastern horizon beckoned with promises of adventure and discovery, of lands waiting to be mapped, and peoples waiting to be met. Young captains gazed across the waters from Ramena's harbor, their hearts burning with the same restless spirit that had driven their ancestors to great deeds in ages past. The first expedition departed on a morning when the sea lay calm as polished glass and the wind blew steady from the west. 3 ships bore the explorers eastward, vessels crafted with techniques learned from elven shipwrights, but adapted to human needs and preferences. Their hulls were strong enough to weather storms, yet graceful enough to dance across the waves. White sails caught the morning breeze as crowds gathered on the harbor walls to watch the brave departure with mingled pride and worry. Captain Vantor led this historic voyage, a man whose skill with ship and sail had earned him renown throughout the kingdom. His vessel, the Enchilus, carried provisions for months at sea and instruments for navigation that combined Numenorian craftsmanship with elven wisdom. Charts showed the general direction of Middle-earth, but beyond the rough outline of coastlines lay mystery. These mariners would fill in the blank spaces with their own discoveries. Days passed in steady sailing, the island home falling behind, until only the peak of Mentaltama remained visible on the western horizon. Then even that landmark disappeared, leaving the expeditionary force alone on the vast expanse of water, with only stars to guide them and courage to sustain them. The ocean seemed endless, its blue depths hiding secrets that no mortal eye had penetrated since the world was young. Weather proved their first significant challenge, as storms arose with sudden fury, far from any sheltering harbor. The Numenorian ships proved their worth in these trials, riding out tempests that might have swamped lesser vessels. Lightning split the sky while thunder rolled across the waters, but the crews sang old songs from Beleriand to keep their spirits high. These men had been raised on tales of their ancestors' heroism, and they would not shame that heritage through cowardice in the face of natural forces. The first sight of Middle-earth came after weeks of sailing, when a lookout spotted mountains rising from the eastern horizon like clouds given substance. The joy of the crews could not be contained, as they realized their navigation had proven true, and their goal lay within reach. Yet questions remained about what reception they might receive from whatever peoples dwelt in these unknown lands. Would they find friends or enemies, wisdom or suspicion, welcome or hostility? The coast they approached differed greatly from their own island home, showing rugged cliffs broken by river mouths, where forests came down to the very edge of the sea. No harbors offered obvious anchorage, no cities sent up smoke to mark centers of civilization. This land appeared wild and largely empty, though keen eyes spotted occasional signs of habitation, clearings where trees had been felled, smoke rising from hidden valleys, paths winding along distant ridges. A suitable bay was found where a great river entered the sea, its fresh water flowing brown with soil carried from inland mountains. Here the Numenorians made their first landing on Middle-earth, wading ashore with weapons ready but hearts hopeful for peaceful contact. The beach showed footprints in the sand, evidence of human presence that both reassured and concerned the explorers. They were not alone in this new world, but they could not yet know whether that was blessing or curse. First contact came sooner than expected, as figures emerged from the tree line to observe these strangers from across the sea. The inhabitants of this coast were men, though their appearance and customs differed markedly from those of Numenorian stock. Their hair was darker, their stature somewhat less, their clothing fashioned from leather and rough cloth, rather than the fine materials available on the Blessed Isle. Yet their eyes held intelligence, and their manner suggested caution rather than immediate hostility. Communication proved difficult, but not impossible, as both groups shared descent from the same Edan stock, though separated by centuries and vast distances. Common words could be recognized beneath the changes wrought by time and isolation. Gestures helped bridge gaps in language, while small gifts demonstrated peaceful intentions. The shore dwellers marveled at Numenorian craftsmanship, tools of superior metal, cloth of exceptional weave, weapons that gleamed like captured starlight. The explorers learned they had reached the coasts of Lindon, realm of Gil-galad, the High King. Though this particular region lay somewhat removed from the centers of elven power, the local inhabitants were descendants of Edan, who had chosen different paths after the War of Wrath, settling in these lands rather than accepting the gift of Numenor. Some had intermarried with other groups of men, creating communities that blended various traditions and customs. Trade began almost immediately, as both sides possessed items the other desired. The Numenorians offered tools and weapons of exceptional quality, while the shore dwellers provided knowledge of local conditions, maps of river systems, and guides willing to show safe harbors along the coast. More importantly, they offered stories, tales of the lands beyond the mountains, of peoples dwelling in distant valleys, of ancient ruins and strange creatures that might be encountered by bold explorers. Several weeks were spent exploring this initial contact zone, mapping rivers and harbors, while establishing friendly relations with local communities. The Numenorians proved themselves useful allies, helping with construction projects that benefited from their superior tools and techniques. In return, they learned much about the geography and politics of this new continent, information that would prove invaluable for future expeditions. The return voyage carried more than just the original crew, as several shore dwellers accepted invitation to visit the fabled island across the Western Sea. These first ambassadors from Middle-earth gazed in wonder at the approaching star-shaped isle, their amazement growing as they beheld the white towers of Armenelos and the impossible perfection of the Numenorian realm. Their reports upon returning home would spark curiosity and desire throughout the coastal regions. Thus began the age of exploration that would make Numenor mistress of the seas and teacher to half the world. From these humble first contacts would grow trade networks spanning vast distances, colonies that brought prosperity to distant shores, and relationships that would endure for centuries. The Numenorians had taken their first steps toward fulfilling their destiny as the greatest maritime civilization the world had ever known, carrying knowledge and blessing to peoples who had long dwelt in isolation and want. Among the generation that witnessed those first successful voyages to Middle-earth, one prince stood apart in his passion for the sea and all its mysteries. Aldarion, grandson of King Tarmanelda, possessed a restless spirit that found no peace in the comfortable halls of Armenelos. The sight of ships returning from distant shores filled him with longing stronger than any earthly desire. From childhood, he had listened to the tales of Captain Vayanta with eyes bright as stars, his heart already sailing across unknown waters toward adventures yet undreamed. The young prince learned seamanship with the dedication of one born to command the waves. He studied navigation under the finest masters, memorizing the patterns of stars and the moods of wind and weather. His hands grew calloused from working rope and sail, his skin bronzed by sun and salt spray. Noble birth brought him no exemption from the harsh realities of life aboard ship. He earned his place through skill and courage rather than royal blood alone. Aldarion's first independent voyage took him to the coasts, already mapped by earlier expeditions, but his true genius lay in pushing beyond the familiar into realms where no Numenorian keel had ever carved a wake. He possessed an intuitive understanding of ocean currents and wind patterns that enabled him to find safe passage through waters others deemed impassable. His crews followed him with absolute faith, knowing their captain could read the sea's intentions as clearly as written words upon a page. The establishment of Landair marked Aldarion's greatest achievement in those early years. A permanent harbour built at the mouth of the River Gwathlo, where ships could find safe anchorage and fresh supplies. This was no temporary camp, but a true settlement, with warehouses and workshops, docks and defences. Under his direction, Numenorian engineers and local workers collaborated to create something entirely new, a bridge between two worlds built of stone and timber, and mutual benefit. Ships departed Ravenna regularly now, following routes Aldarion had pioneered through careful exploration and meticulous charting. The prince himself commanded the finest vessel in the royal fleet, the Hiraland Day, a ship that seemed to understand his thoughts and respond to his slightest touch upon the wheel. Her sails could catch wind others missed. Her hull could slip through waves that would batter lesser craft to splinters. She was more than wood and canvas. She was the extension of her captain's will made manifest in the physical world. Years of voyaging brought Aldarion into contact with peoples dwelling far from the familiar shores of Lindon. He walked among the Denidai in their hidden valleys, sharing knowledge and receiving wisdom in return. He traded with the survivors of Arna, helping them rebuild communities shattered by ancient wars. His expeditions reached as far south as the mouths of Anduin, establishing relations with fisherfolk and river traders who had never seen the sea. The Guild of Venturers emerged from these expanded activities, an organization dedicated to supporting and regulating the growing maritime trade. Aldarion served as its first leader, bringing royal authority to what might otherwise have become chaotic competition between rival captains. The guild established standards for ships and crews, maintained lighthouses and charts, and ensured that exploration served the kingdom's broader interests rather than individual enrichment alone. Marriage to Erendis brought the prince both joy and sorrow, as his beloved wife could never understand the call of the sea that drew him away from her embrace. She saw his voyages as abandonment, his ships as rivals for his affection. The conflict between duty to family and duty to his greater calling would torment Aldarion throughout his life. A reminder that even the blessed must sometimes choose between competing goods rather than between good and evil. The construction of new shipyards at Ravenna reflected the prince's vision of Numenor as the maritime heart of Middle-earth's future. These were not merely practical facilities, but monuments to human achievement. Vast halls where master craftsmen could build vessels larger and more sophisticated than any previously imagined. The sound of hammer on anvil echoed across the harbor as work continued day and night, driven by Aldarion's infectious enthusiasm for maritime excellence. Innovation flourished under the prince's patronage as shipwrights experimented with new designs and new materials. Hulls grew larger while remaining seaworthy. Sails became more efficient at capturing wind. Navigation instruments achieved unprecedented precision. The ships built in these yards could carry greater cargoes over longer distances, opening possibilities for trade and exploration that earlier generations had never contemplated. The forests of Numenor began to show the strain of this expanded shipbuilding, prompting Aldarion to establish sustainable harvesting practices that would preserve the island's woodland treasures for future generations. He understood that maritime power depended ultimately on renewable resources carefully managed. Tree farms were planted with species chosen specifically for shipbuilding, ensuring that his successors would inherit both knowledge and materials necessary to maintain Numenor's dominance of the seas. Relations with Gil-galad deepened through Aldarion's diplomatic efforts, as the Elven King recognized in the prince a kindred spirit devoted to protecting the free peoples of Middle-earth. Joint expeditions explored regions neither race could safely traverse alone. Shared knowledge accelerated developments in both realms. The friendship between immortal and mortal proved that cooperation could transcend. The differences between the children of Eru royal duties eventually claimed Aldarion, when his grandfather's death placed the crown upon his head, transforming the adventurous prince into Tar Aldarion, the king. Yet even royal responsibilities could not entirely contain his maritime passions. He continued to sail when possible, bringing kingly authority to regions that had known only chaos. His presence reminded distant peoples that Numenor's power extended far beyond its island shores, backed by ships that could appear wherever justice was needed. The legacy of Tar Aldarion would endure long after his passing, embedded in the harbors he had built, the routes he had pioneered, and the traditions he had established. Future generations of Numenorian mariners would follow charts bearing his annotations, seeking harbors he had founded, maintaining relationships he had fostered. Through his vision and determination, the island kingdom had become something unprecedented in the world's history. A maritime empire built on exploration, trade, and mutual benefit rather than conquest and exploitation. Thus did one man's passion for the sea transform his entire civilization, proving that individual greatness could shape the destiny of nations when combined with wisdom, courage, and unwavering dedication to worthy goals. The title Mariner King would forever mark Tar Aldarion as the architect of Numenor's golden age of exploration, the ruler who taught his people to see the ocean not as a barrier, but as a highway leading to infinite possibilities. The success of Aldarion's expeditions and the permanent establishment of Landair marked the beginning of a new era in Numenorian expansion, one characterized not by brief visits but by lasting settlements. The great harbor at the mouth of the Gwathlo became the model for other ventures, proving that the Blessed Isle could extend its influence across vast distances through careful planning and patient investment. Colonial administrators arrived to establish governance systems suited to lands far from the royal court, bringing order to regions long abandoned to wilderness and war. The process of founding new havens required skills learned through generations of careful observation and adaptation. Each coastal location demanded unique solutions to problems of anchorage, defense, and supply. Engineers studied tidal patterns and seasonal storms, choosing sites that offered natural protection from the worst weather. Architects designed buildings that could withstand both human enemies and natural disasters, using materials available locally but incorporating techniques perfected on the Blessed Isle. Vignalonda arose on the southern coasts as the second major settlement, its name meaning New Haven in the Sindarin tongue, beloved by the Numenorian elite. This harbor served regions where Gil-galad's authority held less sway, bringing civilization to peoples who had struggled alone against darkness since the fall of Bali. The settlement's founders chose their location with careful attention to both strategic value and symbolic significance, establishing their presence where ancient ruins spoke of former glory. The governance of these distant settlements posed challenges unknown to the administrators of the Blessed Isle, where abundance made most problems manageable through simple abundance. Colonial governors needed to balance the interests of Numenorian settlers with those of local populations, maintaining peace between groups with different customs and conflicting needs. Laws written for paradise required modification when applied to lands where scarcity and danger remained constant concerns. Trade networks expanded rapidly, as ships carried goods between the growing settlements and their island homeland. Timber and precious metals flowed eastward from Middle-earth, while tools and luxury items traveled west from Numenor's workshops. The merchants who organized these exchanges became wealthy and influential, their success depending on understanding both the needs of distant colonies and the desires of home market customers, eager for exotic products. Military considerations shaped every aspect of colonial planning, as the settlers faced threats ranging from wild beasts to hostile tribes, displaced by expanding civilization. Each haven required fortifications, capable of protecting inhabitants during sieges, while also serving as bases for expeditions into unexplored territories. The King's Guard established overseas branches, training local recruits, while maintaining core units of proven Numenorian soldiers. Cultural exchange proceeded alongside commercial and military expansion, as the colonists encountered peoples whose traditions differed markedly from their own. Intermarriage became common, despite initial resistance from both communities, creating new generations who combined the elevated nature of Numenorian blood with intimate knowledge of local conditions. These mixed families often served as interpreters and mediators, bridging gaps between civilizations. Religious practices adapted to colonial circumstances, while maintaining their essential character and purpose. Temples rose in the new settlements, but their design reflected local materials and climate rather than purely Numenorian aesthetics. Priests learned to minister to congregations that included converts from indigenous populations, adapting ceremonies to accommodate different cultural backgrounds while preserving core theological truths. The question of citizenship arose as settlements grew and prospered, forcing Numenorian legal scholars to address issues never contemplated in the original Great Code. Could those born in the colonies claim the same rights as island natives? What obligations did colonial subjects owe to the crown? How should disputes between settlers and indigenous peoples be resolved? These questions required careful consideration and gradual development of new legal precedents. Communication between the colonies and their homeland depended on regular shipping schedules that proved increasingly difficult to maintain as distances grew and dangers multiplied. Storm seasons could isolate settlements for months, forcing colonial governors to make crucial decisions without guidance from Armenelos. Emergency procedures were developed to ensure continuity of government during these periods of separation, but the strain of distance remained a constant challenge. Agricultural development proceeded slowly in most colonial territories, as the soil and climate differed greatly from conditions on the Blessed Isle. Farmers experimented with crops suited to local conditions while trying to maintain dietary preferences inherited from their homeland. Some settlements achieved self-sufficiency in basic foodstuffs, but luxury items continued to arrive by ship, from Numenor's abundant gardens and orchards. The establishment of shipyards in the larger colonies marked a significant milestone in Numenorian expansion, as vessels could now be built and maintained without returning to home ports for major repairs. Local timber proved suitable for construction when properly treated, though the finest ships still required materials imported from the island workshops. These colonial shipyards enabled longer voyages and more extensive exploration of previously unknown coastlines. Educational systems emerged as colonial populations grew and prospered. creating institutions that blended Numenorian curriculum with knowledge of local conditions and customs. Schools taught the classics of island literature, alongside practical skills needed for survival in wilderness environments. Libraries accumulated works in multiple languages, preserving both imported knowledge and local traditions discovered through cultural exchange. Thus did Numenor transform from an island kingdom into a maritime empire, its influence spreading through networks of harbors and settlements connected by sea routes, patrolled by the finest ships ever built. The havens founded in these years would endure for centuries, serving as bridges between civilizations and monuments to the vision of those who dared to carry paradise beyond its original boundaries. The expansion of Numenor's influence across Middle-earth brought new materials and fresh challenges to the workshops of Numenor, spurring innovations in craft and technology beyond what isolation on the Blessed Isle alone could have achieved. Colonial ventures returned with exotic timbers unknown to the island's forests, metals bearing different properties from familiar ores, and techniques learned from distant peoples whose traditions stretched back to the elder days. These discoveries transformed the practices of smiths and artisans, elevating their work to heights previously unimagined. The forges of Ravenna rang with constant activity as master smiths experimented with alloys combining Numenorian metals with materials gathered from far shores. Iron from the Grey Mountains proved superior for certain applications, while copper from the hills of Ravenna allowed for bronze of exceptional strength and beauty. The smiths learned to blend these foreign materials with their own superior techniques, creating weapons and tools that surpassed anything previously forged in the workshops of either realm. Shipbuilding advanced rapidly as colonial timber became available to complement the island's native woods. The tall pines of Eriador provided masts of unusual height and strength, while the dense hardwoods of southern forests offered hulls that could weather storms no Numenorian vessel had previously survived. Naval architects studied the grain and properties of each species, matching specific woods to particular uses with precision born of centuries spent perfecting their craft. The development of new navigation instruments reflected both practical needs and theoretical advances in understanding the movements of celestial bodies. Astrolabes became more precise through the incorporation of techniques learned from elven star watchers, while magnetic compasses appeared for the first time in human history. These tools enabled captains to sail confidently across vast distances, opening routes to lands that earlier generations could never have reached safely. Metalworking guilds established formal apprenticeship systems to preserve and transmit the growing body of technical knowledge. Young craftsmen spent years mastering fundamental techniques before advancing to specialized training in particular metals or applications. The most promising apprentices received instruction in the closely guarded secrets of working mithril, the precious metal whose properties remained beyond the understanding of any save the most skilled masters. Architectural innovations emerged from the need to adapt Numenorian building techniques to diverse climates and materials found in colonial territories. Engineers learned to construct foundations on unstable soils, design roofs for regions with different rainfall patterns, and create ventilation systems suited to climates far hotter or colder than the Blessed Isle's eternal spring. These lessons influenced construction projects on Numenor itself, leading to buildings better adapted to their specific purposes. The art of glassmaking reached new levels of sophistication as craftsmen gained access to sands and minerals from distant beaches and mountain caves. Windows became larger and clearer, while decorative objects achieved unprecedented brilliance and complexity. Optical lenses appeared for the first time, enabling scholars to examine tiny objects with clarity impossible to the naked eye. These developments laid foundations for advances in natural philosophy and medicine. Textile production expanded beyond traditional materials, as colonial trade brought new fibers and dyes from previously unknown sources. Silk from the distant east combined with local cotton to create fabrics of surpassing beauty and durability. Dyes extracted from exotic plants produced colors more vivid than any previously available, while new weaving techniques created patterns of extraordinary intricacy. The clothing worn by Numenorian nobility became renowned throughout Middle-earth for its elegance and quality. Clockmaking emerged as a distinct craft as the need for precise timekeeping grew with the expansion of maritime trade and colonial administration. Master craftsmen created mechanical devices capable of measuring hours and minutes with accuracy unknown in simpler societies. These timepieces enabled coordinated activities across vast distances, improving both military operations and commercial enterprises. The royal palace acquired a great clock, whose chimes marked the hours for all of Armanellos. The preservation of food for long voyages drove innovations in techniques of smoking, salting, and pickling unknown to earlier generations. Colonial expeditions returned with knowledge of spices and preservation methods developed by peoples living in climates where food spoilage posed constant challenges. These discoveries enabled longer voyages and larger expeditions, while also improving the quality of life for ordinary citizens, who could now enjoy foods previously reserved for special occasions. Mining and metallurgy advanced through the exploitation of colonial resources and the exchange of knowledge with peoples skilled in working different types of ore. Numenorian engineers learned new techniques for extracting metals from difficult ores, while also developing improved methods for refining and purifying their products. The demand for high-quality metal goods in both domestic and colonial markets drove continuous innovation and improvement in these essential crafts. The production of paper and ink advanced significantly as new materials became available from colonial sources. Papyrus from southern marshlands provided an alternative to traditional parchment, while various plants yielded inks of different colors and properties. Scribes and scholars gained access to materials that made their work both easier and more beautiful, contributing to the flowering of literature and learning throughout the kingdom. Weapon making achieved new levels of perfection as smiths combined superior Numenorian techniques with exotic materials and designs learned from various peoples of Middle-earth. Swords emerged from the forges with edges sharper and more durable than any previously created, while armor became lighter, yet more protective. These advances proved crucial as colonial expansion brought the kingdom into contact with increasingly dangerous foes, requiring superior equipment for survival. Thus did the craftsmen of Numenor transform the kingdom from a realm of blessed abundance into a center of technological innovation. whose influence would be felt throughout Middle-earth. The mastery achieved in workshop and forge during these years established foundations for achievements that would endure long after the island itself had vanished beneath the waves, preserved in the techniques and traditions carried by those who survived the final catastrophe. The expansion of Numenorian influence across vast distances demanded military organization far more sophisticated than the simple defense forces adequate for protecting a blessed island from occasional threats. Colonial settlements faced dangers ranging from hostile tribes to wild beasts, while the growing maritime empire required naval protection for trade routes spanning thousands of miles. The informal arrangements of earlier times gave way to professional military institutions designed to project power and maintain order across a realm larger than any previously governed by mortal hands. The transformation began with the reorganization of the royal household troops into a true professional army capable of sustained campaigns far from home. Elite warriors were selected from noble families throughout the kingdom, their training encompassing not only traditional weapon skills, but also the arts of leadership and strategy necessary for commanding diverse forces in foreign lands. These men form the core of what became known as the King's Guard, an institution whose reputation would endure long after the kingdom itself had vanished. Training facilities were established near Amnalos, where recruits could master the demanding skills required for service in distant territories. The curriculum included swordsmanship with various weapon types, archery with the powerful composite bows favored by Numenorian forces, and horsemanship suited to different terrains and climates. Physical conditioning prepared warriors for the hardships of extended campaigns, while tactical instruction taught them to fight effectively as units rather than mere collections of individual heroes. Naval warfare received special attention, as the kingdom's growing fleet required marines capable of fighting aboard ships and securing coastal positions. These specialized troops learned to move with confidence on rolling decks, to coordinate their attacks with ship maneuvers, and to establish beachheads on hostile shores. The combination of seamanship and martial prowess created a force unlike any previously seen in Middle-earth, capable of projecting power wherever ships could sail. Map-making and logistics received equal emphasis with tactics, as successful expeditions depended as much on adequate supply as on battlefield prowess. The establishment of regional commands created a hierarchy capable of coordinating military activities across the growing empire without requiring constant direction from Armanelos. Each major colonial area received its own garrison commander, responsible for maintaining order within his jurisdiction and supporting operations in adjacent territories. These officers reported to the Captain General of the Guard, who answered directly to the king himself. Recruitment policies evolved to meet the demands of an expanding military establishment, while maintaining the high standards expected of Numenorian forces. Noble families were expected to provide a portion of their young men for military service, while promising candidates from other social classes could earn advancement through exceptional performance. Colonial populations contributed auxiliary forces familiar with local conditions, though command positions remained largely reserved for island-born officers. Weaponry and equipment reached new levels of sophistication, as military requirements drove innovation in metallurgy and craftsmanship. Swords were forged with techniques combining traditional Numenorian methods with knowledge gained from various peoples of Middle-earth, resulting in blades of unmatched sharpness and durability. Armor became lighter yet more protective, enabling warriors to move with greater freedom, while maintaining adequate defense against enemy weapons. Fortification design incorporated lessons learned from colonial conflicts into a comprehensive system of defensive architecture suitable for diverse environments and threats. Engineers developed standardized plans for strongholds capable of withstanding siege, while serving as bases for offensive operations. These fortifications combine Numenorian engineering expertise with local materials and labor, creating defensive networks that extended royal authority throughout the colonial territories. Intelligence gathering became a formal military function as the complexity of governing distant territories required detailed knowledge of political conditions and potential threats. Scouts and spies provided information about tribal movements, trade route security, and the activities of hostile forces. This intelligence network enabled military commanders to anticipate problems before they became crises, often preventing conflicts through timely diplomatic or military intervention. Logistics systems developed to support military operations across vast distances without depleting local resources or imposing undue burdens on colonial populations. Supply ships carried weapons, tools, and luxury goods to distant garrisons, while returning vessels brought exotic materials needed for continued military production. Careful coordination ensured that forces remained adequately equipped, regardless of their distance from the homeland. Military engineering corps emerged to address the unique challenges of building and maintaining infrastructure in colonial territories. These specialists constructed roads connecting major settlements, bridges spanning difficult terrain, and harbors capable of accommodating the largest ships in the royal fleet. Their work enabled rapid movement of troops and supplies while facilitating the economic development upon which military strength ultimately depended. The tradition of military honors and decorations established formal recognition for exceptional service in the colonial campaigns. Warriors who distinguished themselves in battle received awards carrying both material rewards and social prestige, while officers who demonstrated outstanding leadership earned advancement within the military hierarchy. These incentives maintained high morale and encouraged the excellence necessary for effective operations in challenging environments. Thus did the King's Guard evolve from a ceremonial household force into the military backbone of the world's first maritime empire, its influence extending wherever Numenorian ships could carry troops and supplies. The organizational innovations and tactical developments of this period would provide models for military forces throughout Middle-earth, establishing traditions of professionalism and excellence that would outlast the kingdom that created them. The establishment of permanent harbors and military garrisons created opportunities for a new class of Numenorian peoples. Their wealth came not from noble birth, but from understanding the desires of distant peoples. These merchants followed the wake of explorers and soldiers, carrying goods never before seen across the vast waters. Ships bore precious stones and finely wrought metals from Numenor's workshops, returning laden with exotic woods, rare spices, and curious artifacts, commanding high prices in our Menelaus markets. Trade routes developed according to seasonal winds and the political stability of coastal regions. Merchants learned which harbors welcomed foreign vessels and which demanded tribute or special permits. They studied the languages of dockworkers and harbor masters, adapting their speech to local customs while maintaining their Numenorian dignity. Each successful voyage brought knowledge as valuable as any cargo, creating networks of information that spanned hundreds of miles of coastline. The Guild of Western Merchants emerged as these independent traders recognized their need for mutual protection and shared standards. Guild membership required proof of successful voyages, recommendations from established merchants, and substantial financial backing for ventures that might fail due to storms or political upheaval. Members pooled resources to hire guards for dangerous routes, negotiate favorable terms with foreign rulers, and maintain warehouses in the major ports where Numenorian influence was strongest. Competition between merchant houses drove innovation in ship design and cargo handling. Vessels grew larger and more specialized, with hulls designed for specific types of goods. Some ships carried nothing but fine textiles and jewelry, their holds lined with silk and divided into secure compartments. Others transported bulk goods like grain or timber, sacrificing comfort for capacity. The most daring merchants commissioned ships capable of extremely long voyages, venturing beyond established routes to seek new markets and untapped sources of wealth. These expeditions required exceptional planning and substantial financial backing, as crews might be gone for years before returning with exotic goods from unknown lands. Success often meant establishing trading posts in distant harbors, creating permanent footholds for future commercial expansion. Success in trade required understanding both Numenorian tastes and foreign production capabilities. Merchants who prospered learned to anticipate demand seasons ahead. They ordered goods arriving when buyers were most eager. These traders established relationships with craftsmen in distant lands, commissioning items specifically designed for Numenorian customers. Such partnerships created dependencies, strengthening Numenor's influence while enriching both sides of the exchange. The wealth flowing through merchant networks transformed Numenorian society in ways nobody had anticipated when the first trading expeditions departed. Families who had been minor nobility found themselves commanding resources rivaling ancient houses. New districts of Armenellos filled with mansions built from foreign marble and decorated with artwork from across the known world. The traditional hierarchy based on descent from the original Edain began to accommodate those whose achievements came from courage and commercial acumen. Merchant princes wielded influence extending beyond mere wealth, as their knowledge of foreign lands made them valuable advisors to the royal court. They understood which rulers could be trusted, which regions offered strategic opportunities, and where Numenorian policies might encounter resistance. Kings consulted them before making decisions about colonial expansion, military deployments, or diplomatic initiatives affecting trade relationships. The growing merchant class also created new social tensions, as their rapid ascent challenged established customs. Ancient families resented upstarts, who flaunted wealth earned through what some considered undignified commercial activity. Debates arose about whether trade was a worthy occupation for those blessed with Numenorian longevity and divine favor. Some argued that their gifts should be devoted to higher pursuits than mere profit-seeking. Religious and philosophical questions accompanied the practical concerns about merchants and their place in Numenorian society. Did the Valar intend for the Blessed Isle to become a center of commercial empire, or should its people focus on wisdom and spiritual development? The temples hosted discussions about whether accumulating wealth from foreign trade represented good stewardship of divine gifts. These debates would intensify as merchant wealth continued to grow and challenge traditional social structures. Some argued for restrictions on commercial activities, while others embraced the prosperity as evidence of divine blessing upon Numenorian enterprise. Despite such concerns, the momentum of commercial expansion proved impossible to reverse. Too many families had grown dependent on trade profits, and too many foreign communities had integrated Numenorian merchants into their economic systems. Ships sailing westward from Middle-earth ports carried not just goods, but expectations of continued prosperity. These expectations bound both sides of the trading relationship to its perpetuation. The merchant networks established during this period would endure for centuries, creating the economic foundation for Numenor's later imperial expansion. Trade routes became diplomatic channels, commercial relationships evolved into political alliances, and the wealth generated by these early merchants provided resources for military campaigns and colonial administration. The transformation of Numenor from an isolated blessed isle into the economic center of a maritime empire had begun. Foreign observers who visited Numenorian ports during this era reported their amazement at the scale and sophistication of commercial operations they witnessed. Warehouses stretched along harbor fronts for miles, filled with goods from dozens of different lands. Accounting systems tracked transactions involving thousands of individual items, while guild representatives mediated disputes and enforced quality standards that maintained Numenor's reputation for reliability. The success of Numenorian merchants created a model, influencing commercial practices throughout the regions where they operated. Local traders adopted Numenorian methods for organizing voyages, managing risks, and maintaining customer relationships. The silver currency minted in Armenelos became accepted payment in ports where Numenorian ships were regular visitors. This widespread acceptance created an early form of economic integration, strengthening political ties between the island kingdom and its overseas partners. The prosperity brought by expanding trade networks and successful colonial ventures created an atmosphere of confidence in the royal court, where questions once considered unthinkable began to emerge. Tar Ankh-Leman ruled during the height of Numenor's early expansion, commanding fleets and armies whose achievements surpassed those of any previous generation. Yet prosperity bred a subtle pride, and success encouraged examination of assumptions their ancestors had accepted without question. Court scholars and royal advisors found themselves debating matters their predecessors would have considered settled forever. Why should Numenor remain bound by restrictions imposed in an earlier age, when circumstances had changed so dramatically? The kingdom had proven its wisdom and restraint through centuries of responsible growth. Their colonies brought order to chaotic regions. Their merchants enriched all parties to their agreements, and their explorers expanded the boundaries of known geography. The king himself began to voice doubts during private councils with his most trusted advisors. He questioned whether the Valar truly understood the complexities of governing a maritime empire spanning vast distances across dangerous waters. The divine beings dwelt in eternal peace, while mortal rulers faced practical challenges requiring immediate decisions. How could restrictions formulated for a small island nation apply to a growing empire with responsibilities toward numerous subject peoples? Taran Kaliman's questions reflected broader intellectual currents flowing through Numenorian society as wealth and knowledge accumulated from foreign contacts and experiences. Philosophers debated whether divine commands remained applicable when circumstances changed beyond all recognition. Legal scholars examined whether ancient laws designed for simpler times could govern complex international relationships. Even temple priests engaged in theological discussions about the nature of divine authority and mortal responsibility. The forbidden Western voyages became a particular focus of royal attention, as practical considerations outweighed traditional reverence. Numenorian navigators possessed skills, easily carrying them beyond the established boundaries. Yet artificial restrictions prevented them from exploring regions, possibly holding valuable resources or strategic opportunities. The king wondered whether such limitations served any purpose, beyond maintaining arbitrary divisions between mortal and immortal realms. Religious ceremonies continued with outward conformity, but private conversations revealed growing skepticism about their necessity and meaning. Why should Numenorians humble themselves before the Valar when their own achievements demonstrated superior practical wisdom? Their kingdom had brought prosperity and order to regions previously afflicted by warfare and poverty. Such accomplishments seemed to prove that mortal intelligence could surpass divine planning when applied with sufficient determination. Royal edicts began to reflect this changing attitude as Tar Ankalaimon asserted Numenorian independence in matters of policy and governance. He established new protocols for diplomatic relations, emphasizing Numenor's sovereignty rather than its dependence on divine favor. Colonial administrators received detailed instructions to govern according to practical necessity rather than abstract moral principles. Trade agreements prioritized Numenorian interests while maintaining only nominal respect for traditional restrictions. The transformation occurred gradually enough to avoid shocking conservative elements within the kingdom, yet consistently enough to establish new precedents for royal authority. Tar Ankalaimon tested the boundaries of acceptable behavior, while maintaining careful public respect for established customs. He positioned his policies as natural evolution rather than revolutionary change, arguing for adaptation to new circumstances rather than abandonment of fundamental principles. Opposition emerged from traditionalist factions who recognized the dangerous implications of the king's philosophical evolution. Elder nobles reminded the court of the divine origins of Numenorian prosperity and warned against ungrateful abandonment of the source of their blessings. Temple authorities spoke of ancient prophecies concerning the consequences of pride and rebellion. Conservative merchants worried about alienating the Valar and endangering the very trade relationships generating their wealth. These warnings failed to discourage the king's growing confidence in Numenorian capabilities and his corresponding diminishment of respect for divine authority. He pointed to concrete achievements as evidence of mortal superiority over supernatural guidance and intervention. Numenorian engineering had created harbors more magnificent than any natural formations. Their agricultural techniques had transformed barren islands into productive colonies. Their administrative systems had brought justice to populations previously subject to arbitrary tribal rule. The intellectual atmosphere fostered by royal example encouraged broader questioning of traditional beliefs throughout Numenorian society. Young nobles adopted sophisticated arguments about the relativity of moral standards and the contextual nature of divine commands. University debates explored philosophical frameworks, elevating human reason above revealed truth. Literary works began to celebrate mortal heroism, while subtly diminishing the importance of divine intervention. Even merchants and craftsmen found themselves questioning ancient customs in light of their practical successes. Foreign observers who visited the kingdom during this period noted the subtle but unmistakable shift in Numenorian attitudes toward authority and ancient tradition. Court ceremonies retained their formal grandeur while lacking their previous sense of genuine reverence. Public declarations maintained appropriate language while conveying undertones of independence and self-assertion. Social interactions revealed confidence bordering on arrogance among the younger generation of nobles and officials. The changes initiated during Tar-Ankalaman's reign would prove irreversible as subsequent rulers inherited both the practical benefits of his policies and the philosophical framework justifying them. His questions about divine authority became assumptions about mortal superiority. His practical adjustments to ancient restrictions became precedents for wholesale abandonment of traditional limits. The seed of pride planted during his rule would grow into the tree of rebellion, eventually destroying the kingdom. Yet during these early years, the long-term consequences remained hidden. Beneath the surface of continued prosperity and expanding influence, trade networks flourished, colonies grew more prosperous, and military victories accumulated with remarkable consistency. The immediate rewards of independence seemed to validate the wisdom of questioning divine authority, while the ultimate price remained invisible to those intoxicated by their own achievements. Success bred confidence, and confidence encouraged further departure from traditional restraints. The doubts of kings could not diminish the courage of those who sailed beyond the sunrise. Great captains emerged from Numenor's harbors, men whose names became legend among all who knew the ways of wind and wave. They commanded the finest ships ever built, yet their true strength lay not in oak and sail, but in hearts that knew no fear of the unknown sea. Captain Vantor led the first great expedition to reach the southern coasts, where no Numenorian had ever landed before. His ship Enchilus carried provisions for 2 years, and a crew chosen from the boldest mariners of the western ports. They sailed beyond the maps into waters, where strange currents ran and unfamiliar stars wheeled overhead. Months passed without sight of land, yet Ventor pressed onward through countless storms. The southern shores revealed wonders beyond imagination. Rivers broad as inland seas carried waters the color of gold. Forests stretched to the horizon, filled with trees whose wood gleamed like polished metal. Strange peoples dwelt there, and they welcomed the tall strangers with gifts of precious stones and exotic spices. Venture established the first trading post and left 20 men to learn their customs. Captain Tar Menelder earned fame for his voyages to the storm-lashed northern waters, where ice mountains drifted like floating cities. His ship, Elendil, was built with reinforced timbers and double hulls to withstand the crushing embrace of winter seas. He discovered harbors where the summer sun never set, and winter brought darkness for months. Hardy folk lived there, skilled in working metal and carving stone. The northern expeditions brought back furs and amber, but more precious still was the knowledge of navigation by the winter stars. Tar Menelder charted constellations unknown to southern sky watchers and learned to read the patterns of ice and wind. His detailed maps opened new routes for trade and exploration. Ships could now reach distant lands by following the great circle of the northern seas during the brief summer seasons. Captain Aldarion, son of the Mariner King, pushed the boundaries of seamanship beyond all previous achievements. His fleet of 12 ships carried colonists and supplies to establish permanent settlements in Middle-earth. They built harbors where none existed, dredging channels through shallow waters, and constructing breakwaters against the fury of storms. Each harbor became a stepping stone for further expansion. The art of shipbuilding advanced under the guidance of these master mariners. They demanded vessels capable of longer voyages and heavier cargo loads. Shipwrights developed new techniques for joining timbers and waterproofing hulls. The greatest ships grew to enormous size, yet remained swift and responsive to the helm. Their white sails became symbols of Numenorian power across all the known world. Young nobles competed for positions aboard the expeditionary fleets, seeking glory and service to the legendary captains. They learned navigation by star and sun, the reading of weather signs, and the management of crews during long months at sea. Many proved themselves worthy and received commands of their own. The tradition of seamanship passed from master to student across the generations. The captains brought back more than trade goods and territorial claims. They returned with tales of distant peoples and strange customs, expanding Numenorian understanding of the wider world. Scholars recorded their observations of foreign languages, religious practices, and systems of government. This knowledge influenced Numenorian policy and prepared the way for more sophisticated colonial administration. Some expeditions ended in tragedy when storms claimed ships and crews without warning. The southern reefs devoured the vessel Wave Rider, with all hands aboard during a sudden hurricane. Captain Tar Telemaid vanished while exploring the eastern archipelagos, and no trace of his ship was ever found despite extensive search efforts. These losses reminded even the boldest mariners that the sea remained master of all who sailed upon its waters. Yet for every ship lost, 2 more set forth from Numenorian harbors. The call of unknown horizons proved stronger than fear of danger. Each successful voyage encouraged others to venture further and dare greater risks. The tall captains became heroes to the common people, who gathered at the docks to cheer their departures and celebrate their returns. The wealth flowing back from overseas expeditions transformed Numenor itself. New districts of Armanellos housed the families of successful sea captains. Their mansions displayed treasures from across the world, and their tables offered delicacies from every known land. The captains became a new aristocracy based on achievement rather than ancient bloodlines. foreign rulers learned to respect the white ships of Numenor and the tall captains who commanded them. Treaties were signed, granting trade privileges and establishing diplomatic relations. Some distant kingdoms requested Numenorian assistance against their enemies, offering tribute in exchange for naval support. The captains found themselves serving as admirals in foreign wars. The influence of the tall captains extended beyond the seas, into the very heart of royal policy. Kings consulted them before making decisions about colonial expansion and trade agreements. Their knowledge of foreign lands and peoples made them valuable advisors on matters of diplomacy and war. Some captains married into noble families, creating powerful alliances between old aristocracy and new maritime wealth. The legacy of these great mariners would endure long after their ships returned to harbor for the last time. Their charts and sailing instructions became treasured guides for future generations of seafarers. The harbors they established grew into mighty cities. The trade routes they opened connected distant lands in networks of commerce and cultural exchange. Their courage and skill set the standard by which all later Numenorian seafarers measured themselves. The glory of the tall captains could not silence the growing discord in Numenor's halls of power. Old families watched with unease as merchant princes and sea lords gained influence at court. Traditional nobles spoke in whispers about the changing times and the dangerous pride creeping into royal policy. The kingdom stood divided between those who embraced expansion and those who feared its consequences. Lord Herakarmo of the ancient house of Andun led the voices, calling for restraint and wisdom. His family had served as counselors to kings since the founding days, and their loyalty to the old ways ran deeper than the roots of Nimloth itself. He spoke eloquently in council about the perils of abandoning divine guidance, and the folly of challenging restrictions set by the Valar themselves. The faithful, as they came to be known, gathered around Herakalmo and other traditionalist leaders. They maintained correspondence with Gil-galad in Lindon, and preserved the ancient friendship between Numenor and the elves. Their houses displayed the white tree as a symbol of loyalty to Eru and the Valar. They taught their children the old songs and stories from the days when Numenor walked humbly before the divine powers. Opposition to the faithful grew stronger with each passing year. Younger nobles embraced the new philosophy of Numenorian superiority and mocked the old warnings as superstition. They called themselves the King's Men and proclaimed absolute loyalty to royal authority above all other considerations. Their banner bore the golden eagle of Numenor, yet they scorned the divine origins of the kingdom's blessing. The King's Men found their strongest support among the merchant families and naval officers whose wealth and status depended on continued expansion. They argued for practical policies based on Numenorian interests rather than ancient obligations to distant powers. Why should the greatest kingdom of men bow to beings who dwelt in unreachable lands and offered no assistance with the daily challenges of governing an empire? Court debates became heated exchanges between these competing factions. The faithful warned of divine wrath and the eventual punishment of pride. The King's Men countered with examples of Numenorian achievements and questioned whether the Valar truly cared about mortal affairs. Each side gathered evidence and precedents to support their arguments, yet neither could convince the other. The division extended beyond the royal court into every level of Numenorian society. Temples became battlegrounds where priests argued about the proper interpretation of ancient teachings. Universities witnessed philosophical disputes between students loyal to different factions. Even merchant guilds split along political lines, with some supporting traditional restrictions on trade, and others demanding complete commercial freedom. Regional differences complicated the growing political crisis. The western ports, where merchant families had grown wealthy from overseas trade, favored the king's men and their policies of expansion. The inland valleys, where ancient noble houses maintained their ancestral estates, remained strongholds of the faithful and their reverence for tradition. The capital itself divided into districts, loyal to one faction or the other. Marriage alliances became political statements, as families chose partners based on factional loyalty rather than personal affection. The faithful married within their own circles to preserve their beliefs and maintain connections with elf friends. The king's men sought unions with successful merchant houses to strengthen their economic base and political influence. Few dared cross factional lines for fear of social ostracism. Religious observances reflected the deepening split within Numenorian society. The faithful maintained elaborate ceremonies honoring Eru and showing respect for the Valar. They continued to welcome elvish visitors and treasured gifts from Lindon. The king's men attended temple services for appearance, but privately questioned the necessity of such displays. Some spoke openly of reforming religious practices to reflect Numenorian achievements. The younger generation found themselves torn between family loyalty and personal ambition. Sons of faithful houses often yearned for adventure in the overseas territories and the wealth such service could bring. Daughters of kings, men families, sometimes felt drawn to the ancient wisdom and cultural sophistication of the traditionalist circles. These conflicts created tensions within families and friendships. Foreign observers noted the growing instability with concern. Elvish ambassadors reported to Gil-galad about the changing atmosphere in Armenelos and the declining respect for ancient alliances. Colonial administrators sent worried letters about the effects of factional disputes on imperial governance. Trade partners wondered whether Numenorian political divisions might affect their commercial relationships. The king found himself caught between the competing factions and struggled to maintain royal authority while navigating the treacherous currents of palace politics. His decisions favored first one side, then the other, as he attempted to balance the demands of tradition against the pressures of empire. This vacillation satisfied neither faction and weakened respect for the crown itself. Local disputes escalated into open confrontations as factional tensions spread throughout the kingdom. Faithful supporters disrupted king's men gatherings and denounced their policies as treasonous. King's men retaliated by questioning the loyalty of those who maintained foreign friendships and ancient allegiances. Violence erupted in several cities as crowds supporting different factions clashed in the streets. The economic consequences of political division became increasingly apparent as Numenorian unity fractured. Trade agreements stalled as merchants worried about the reliability of future policy commitments. Colonial expansion slowed as administrators received conflicting instructions from different government factions. the efficiency and coordination needed for imperial administration suffered under the weight of domestic political warfare. These divisions would prove impossible to heal, as each faction became more entrenched in their positions and more suspicious of their opponents. The faithful retreated into their enclaves, while maintaining secret communications with Gil-galad. The king's men consolidated their control over key institutions, while planning further departures from traditional policies. The stage was set for an irreconcilable conflict between two incompatible visions of Numenor's destiny. Despite the growing divisions between faithful and king's men, Numenor reached heights of glory never before achieved by any kingdom of mortal men. The golden crown of the Sea Kings gleamed with jewels from every corner of the known world. Ships bearing the White Tree sailed to ports in lands where no Numenorian had walked a generation before. The star-shaped isle became the center of a maritime empire spanning vast distances. The royal palace of Armenelos rose like a mountain, crowned with towers of white stone and gold. Master craftsmen from across the empire labored to create halls worthy of the mightiest kings in Middle-earth. Precious woods from the southern forests formed the great doors, and silver from northern mines decorated the walls. The throne room could hold 1,000 nobles, yet its acoustics allowed whispered words to reach every corner. Artists and poets flocked to the Numenorian court from distant lands, drawn by royal patronage and the promise of immortal fame. They created works celebrating the achievements of the Sea Kings and the glory of their expanding realm. Epic poems recounted the deeds of great captains and the founding of new cities. Painters captured scenes of royal ceremonies and distant conquests on walls and tapestries throughout the palace. The universities of Armenelos became renowned centers of learning, where scholars gathered knowledge from every civilization touched by Numenorian influence. Libraries contained texts in dozens of languages, copied by scribes who traveled with trading expeditions and diplomatic missions. Maps showed coastlines and islands unknown to earlier generations. Astronomical observations tracked the movements of stars, visible only from the furthest colonies. Engineering marvels transformed the landscape of Numenor itself. As royal architects applied lessons learned from building harbors and cities across the empire, aqueducts carried fresh water from mountain springs to every district of the capital. Paved roads connected the major ports and allowed swift communication between the administrative centers. Bridges spanned rivers and valleys with arches of unprecedented size and beauty. The wealth flowing into Numenor from tribute, trade, and colonial taxation exceeded the dreams of earlier kings. Royal treasuries overflowed with gold and silver from distant mines. Warehouses stored exotic goods, awaiting distribution to markets throughout the empire. The standard of living rose dramatically as prosperity reached even common craftsmen and farmers, who supplied the needs of the expanding imperial administration. Military forces grew to match the scale of Numenorian ambitions, as the empire required protection from both external enemies and internal rebellions. Professional armies replaced the citizen militias of earlier times. Elite guard units protected key installations and royal family members. Naval forces expanded beyond exploration fleets to include dedicated warships capable of projecting power across vast oceanic distances. Colonial administration developed sophisticated systems, for governing diverse populations spread across thousands of miles of ocean. Numenorian governors ruled from fortified cities built according to imperial architectural standards. Local customs were studied and codified to ensure efficient tax collection and dispute resolution. Communication networks linked distant outposts with the central government through regular courier services and signal systems. The influence of Numenorian culture spread far beyond the boundaries of direct political control, as foreign rulers sought to emulate the achievements of the Sea Kings. Architectural styles, artistic techniques, and governmental practices developed in Armanellos appeared in cities throughout Middle-earth. Languages borrowed Numenorian vocabulary and writing systems. Religious and philosophical ideas traveled along trade routes to influence distant civilizations. Foreign embassies brought tribute and gifts from rulers eager to maintain peaceful relations with the growing empire. Diplomatic ceremonies in the royal palace became spectacular displays of Numenorian wealth and power. Ambassadors returned to their homelands with tales of unimaginable splendor and technological achievements beyond their ability to comprehend fully. The royal court itself became a complex institution, employing thousands of servants, administrators, guards, and specialists needed to manage an empire spanning multiple continents. Elaborate ceremonies marked every important event in the royal calendar. Court positions became hereditary among noble families, who competed for influence and access to the king. The pageantry and protocol rivaled anything seen in the previous history of Middle-earth. Technological innovations accelerated, as Numenorian engineers and inventors had access to materials and techniques from every corner of the known world. Metallurgy advanced through experiments with ores from different regions. Shipbuilding incorporated design elements adapted from vessels encountered in distant waters. Agricultural methods improved through the cultivation of crops previously unknown on the star-shaped isle. The great festivals of Numenor became celebrations of imperial achievement, as citizens gathered to witness displays of wealth and power accumulated through conquest and commerce. Parades featured representatives from every colonial territory, bearing gifts and demonstrating their traditional crafts. Athletic competitions drew participants from across the empire to compete for prizes donated by the royal treasury. Yet beneath the surface magnificence, the political divisions between faithful and king's men continued to deepen and spread throughout every level of society. The golden age of external achievement coincided with internal tensions approaching the breaking point. Success bred pride, and pride fostered the very conflicts destined to destroy the empire at its moment of greatest triumph. The kings of this era lived in splendor, unprecedented in the history of mortal men. Yet they could not escape the consequences of abandoning the wisdom and humility that had made their empire possible. The golden crown grew heavier with each passing year, as the burdens of ruling a vast empire without divine guidance tested the limits of mortal wisdom and strength. The golden age of Numenor witnessed the flowering of knowledge and wisdom beyond anything achieved in earlier ages of the world. Scholars gathered in the great libraries of Armanellos to unlock secrets hidden since the beginning of time. They studied the movements of stars across the heavens, investigated the properties of metals drawn from distant mines, explored the healing powers of plants discovered in far colonies, Knowledge poured into the Blessed Isle from every corner of the expanding empire, as traders and diplomats brought back more than mere goods. The Royal University of Armenelos became the foremost center of learning in all Middle-earth, drawing students from every kingdom and territory where Numenorian ships had ever sailed. Young minds from distant lands came to study under masters who possessed wisdom gathered from all peoples and all ages. The great halls echoed with scholarly debates conducted in dozens of different languages, while libraries contained texts written in scripts, both ancient and newly devised. Teachers and students mingled freely, regardless of their origins or the color of their skin. Master physicians developed revolutionary treatments for diseases which had plagued humanity since the earliest days of the world. They combined the healing wisdom inherited from elvish teachers with herbs and remedies discovered in the remotest territories of the empire. New surgical techniques saved lives previously thought beyond all hope of recovery. The knowledge of human anatomy advanced through careful study and precise observation, conducted in the houses of healing. Pain relief improved dramatically through the use of substances brought back by trading expeditions. The network of houses of healing spread throughout Numenor and its overseas territories as medical knowledge expanded beyond the capital city. Trained healers served in every major settlement, carrying supplies of rare medicines and surgical instruments, crafted by the finest metalworkers in the kingdom. Life expectancy increased dramatically, even among common folk who had never before enjoyed access to professional medical care. Plagues, which once devastated entire regions, became manageable challenges rather than unstoppable catastrophes. Mothers survived childbirth at unprecedented rates, while childhood diseases claimed far fewer victims. Astronomers charted the movements of celestial bodies, with accuracy surpassing all previous achievements in the study of the heavens. They predicted eclipses years in advance, tracked the paths of wandering stars, mapped constellations visible only from the furthest southern lands, where Numenorian colonies had been established. Navigation improved dramatically as ship captains learned to read the sky with new precision, allowing voyages to distant shores with confidence previously unknown. The calculation of seasons and the prediction of weather patterns became increasingly reliable sciences. The great observatory of Armenelos rose higher than any tower previously built by mortal hands, its dome housing lenses ground by master craftsmen who had learned their art from elvish teachers in the days of friendship between the races. Star charts covered the walls of the observatory chambers, showing celestial movements recorded over centuries of careful observation by generations of dedicated scholars. Students studied there from sunset to dawn, learning to read the messages written in the wheeling patterns of the night sky. Instruments of brass and crystal measured angles and distances with unprecedented precision. Natural philosophers investigated the fundamental forces which shaped the world around them, conducting experiments with magnetism and electricity drawn from the very air itself. They measured the weight of air, studied the behavior of light passing through different materials, explored the properties of heat and cold. Mathematics advanced rapidly as scholars developed new methods of calculating complex relationships between numbers and quantities previously thought beyond human comprehension. The foundations of engineering improved through better understanding of stress, weight, balance, and the behavior of materials under different conditions. The great libraries of Numenor contained more books and scrolls than all other collections in Middle-earth combined, with scribes working constantly to copy texts in every known language. They preserved wisdom which might otherwise have been lost to the ravages of time, war, or simple neglect. Scholars translated works between languages, making knowledge available to students regardless of their cultural origins. Indexes and catalogues allowed researchers to locate specific information quickly among the vast collections. The art of bookmaking itself advanced through the development of better inks, papers, and binding techniques. The accumulated geographical knowledge of the Numenorian cartographers exceeded anything possessed by earlier civilizations, as they created maps and charts of extraordinary detail showing coastlines, mountain ranges, river systems, and political boundaries across territories spanning vast distances. They incorporated information gathered by traders returning from commercial expeditions, diplomats reporting on foreign courts, explorers pushing into uncharted regions, sailors navigating previously unknown waters. Harbor charts showed depths and currents with accuracy, essential for the safe navigation of increasingly large vessels carrying precious cargoes. Agricultural specialists developed improved varieties of crops, capable of growing in different climates and soil conditions encountered throughout the diverse territories of the empire. They learned to preserve food for the long voyages required by overseas trade, extend growing seasons through careful cultivation techniques, increase yields from existing farmland, through better understanding of soil composition and plant nutrition. Hunger became increasingly rare throughout the Numenorian territories, as agricultural productivity soared beyond previous achievements. New techniques of irrigation brought fertility to previously barren lands. The study of languages flourished, as Numenorian scholars encountered new peoples during the expansion of the empire into previously unknown regions of Middle-earth and beyond. They compiled comprehensive dictionaries, analyzed grammatical structures, traced the historical relationships between different tongues spoken by diverse populations. Communication improved throughout the territories as common languages emerged for trade, administration, and diplomatic relations. Writing systems were adapted to serve languages previously preserved only through oral tradition. Scholars of law studied the legal systems of many different peoples, seeking universal principles capable of governing a diverse empire fairly and efficiently. They codified regulations for trade, taxation, inheritance, property rights, criminal justice, civil disputes. Legal procedures became more consistent across the territories, reducing conflicts between different cultural groups while preserving local customs where possible. Courts of appeal ensured justice even in the remotest colonies. The rights of citizens received greater protection through written codes, applied uniformly throughout the empire. Yet even as learning reached unprecedented heights of achievement and sophistication, the growing political divisions within Numenor itself began to affect scholarly pursuits in ways both subtle and profound. The faithful favored traditional wisdom and the preservation of knowledge inherited from elvish teachers in earlier ages. The king's men promoted new discoveries which demonstrated human capabilities and seemed to prove mortal superiority over other races. Academic debates increasingly reflected deeper ideological conflicts about the proper relationship between mortal achievement and divine authority, splitting the scholarly community along factional lines. The greatest scholars of this golden age produced works of lasting importance which would influence human thought for generations to come, laying foundations for advances destined to continue long after the glory of Numenor had passed into legend. The learned arts represented the pinnacle of human intellectual achievement, yet even the accumulated wisdom of the greatest minds could not prevent the kingdom from eventually destroying itself through the fatal combination of pride and folly which no amount of knowledge seemed capable of overcoming. The 13th king of Numenor came to the throne at a time when the kingdom reached the peak of its earthly glory and material prosperity. Tar-Atanamir inherited wealth beyond measure, territories spanning vast oceans, and subjects numbering in the millions across dozens of colonial settlements. Yet he was the first king to look upon death with hatred and fear. The gift of men became a curse in his eyes, a limitation he could not accept. His reign began with promise and hope for continued prosperity. The young king showed wisdom in counsel and courage in war. He expanded trade networks to the furthest corners of the known world, establishing new commercial relationships. New colonies flourished under his guidance and royal patronage. The arts and sciences advanced to unprecedented heights during his early years on the throne, bringing honor to the realm. But as decades passed and years accumulated, something dark and bitter crept into the royal heart. Tar-Atanamir watched his father's friends grow old and die before his eyes. He saw wise counselors carried to their tombs despite their great knowledge. The years took beloved servants, skilled craftsmen, trusted advisors. Death touched everyone except the king himself, blessed with the long life of his line but cursed with the awareness of its limits. The king began to resent the shortness of mortal days with growing bitterness. Why should Numenorians, the greatest of all men, be bound by the same fate as lesser peoples of Middle-earth? His subjects lived longer than other mortals, yet their years still ended in darkness and separation. The elves dwelt in deathless lands across the Western Sea, free from such limitations. Only men faced the final separation from all they loved and cherished. Tar-Atanamir spoke openly of his hatred for mortality. He questioned the wisdom of Iru's plan. The king declared his intention to live forever, or at least for ages beyond what the Valar had decreed. His words shocked the older nobles, who remembered the ancient teachings. The younger courtiers applauded his defiance of what they saw as unjust limitations. The royal court divided over the king's radical philosophy. Traditional lords counseled acceptance of divine will. They reminded Tar-Atanamir of his ancestors' humility before the powers of the West. The newer nobility supported their king's ambitions. They shared his resentment of restrictions placed upon the greatest kingdom of Middle-earth. Religious ceremonies became tense affairs, as the king's presence cast shadows over ancient rituals. Tar-Atanamir attended temple services, but his face showed no reverence. The priests spoke of the gift of men as a blessing to be embraced. The king's expression revealed his bitter disagreement with such teachings. Palace life reflected the monarch's growing obsession with extending his years beyond their natural span. Court physicians studied every known method of preserving life and health. Alchemists searched desperately for elixirs of youth and immortality. Scholars researched the longevity of ancient kings, seeking patterns and secrets. Every resource of the kingdom focused on defeating the approach of natural death, as if mortal wisdom could overcome divine decree. The king's fear of mortality poisoned his relationships with those he loved most. He could not bear to form close friendships, knowing they would end in loss. His queen watched helplessly as her husband withdrew into bitter isolation. Children learned to avoid their father's dark moods. The royal family suffered under the weight of his despair. Tara Tanamir's hatred of death transformed into hatred of those who had decreed it. He spoke harshly of the Valar in private council. The king questioned their right to impose limits on mortal life. His words bordered on blasphemy in the ears of traditional believers. Yet his supporters echoed and amplified his complaints against divine authority. The kingdom prospered materially, even as spiritual rot spread through its heart like a poison. Trade brought unprecedented wealth from every corner of the empire. Military campaigns extended Numenorian control over vast territories and countless peoples. Cities grew larger and more magnificent than ever before in the history of men. The surface success masked deeper problems growing within the Blessed Realm. Problems that would prove far more dangerous than any external threat. Foreign ambassadors reported strange changes in the Numenorian court. The king spoke obsessively of death and immortality during diplomatic receptions. Palace ceremonies emphasized earthly power rather than divine blessing. Traditional prayers gave way to celebrations of human achievement. The ancient humility of the Sea Kings had vanished. Opposition to the king's philosophy came primarily from the western regions, where traditional families maintained their loyalty to ancient ways. Lord Valandil of Anduin emerged as the leader of those who still honored the old teachings. His followers called themselves the Faithful and preserved their reverence for Eru and the Valar, despite royal disapproval. The growing conflict between king and traditionalists created tensions throughout Numenorian society. Families split along ideological lines. Ancient friendships ended in bitter arguments. Regional differences became political divisions. The unity which had made Numenor strong began to crack. Under the pressure of fundamental disagreements about the nature of existence, Tar Atanemir lived longer than any previous king in the history of Numenor. His life extended by the very hatred which consumed his heart. He ruled for nearly 2 centuries, watching generation after generation of his subjects live and die, while he endured in bitter isolation. His long reign established dangerous precedents of royal defiance, which future kings would follow to even more destructive conclusions. The kingdom's fate was sealed by one man's refusal to accept the natural order established by Eru himself. The king's refusal to surrender his crown had planted seeds of doubt. In the most fertile soil of all, the minds of his people. Whispers began in the royal court and spread through the halls of Armenelos, like ripples on still water, carrying questions no Numenorian had dared ask before. What if death itself could be questioned, challenged, refused outright? Tar Atanemir's unprecedented defiance opened doorways in countless minds, doorways better left sealed against the darkness beyond. Young courtiers who had once accepted the natural order with the wisdom of their fathers, now debated mortality with the fervor of scholars discovering new truths. They gathered in private chambers to study ancient texts for hints of immortality poring over scrolls. and questioning the fundamental wisdom of accepting what previous generations had embraced without doubt. The very foundations of Numenorian acceptance began to crack beneath the weight of these dangerous new possibilities. Merchants returning from distant voyages brought strange tales of lands where time itself moved differently, places touched by powers older than recorded history. They spoke with wonder of regions where the years passed slowly, and men lived longer than any Numenorian king had ever reigned, stoking fires of imagination in hearts already kindled by royal example. These stories fed the growing hunger for more time, more years, more life than mortal flesh had ever been meant to bear. The learned men of Armanelos gathered in secret councils to discuss death itself. They treated mortality as a problem to be solved, rather than a gift to be accepted. Precious scrolls from Gil-galad's libraries were examined with new intensity. They pondered the differences between mortal and immortal kindreds. Why should the Eldar possess endless years, while the sons of Elros faced doom? This question consumed minds, once content with their span. Nobles began to count their years with growing anxiety, rather than the grateful acceptance their ancestors had shown, viewing each passing season as theft rather than blessing. Each birthday became a stark reminder of approaching mortality, rather than a joyful celebration of life freely given by the Creator. The gift of a natural lifespan, once treasured as the Valar's greatest blessing to mortal men, slowly transformed into a bitter curse, to be endured rather than embraced. The white tree in the court of the king stood, a silent witness to these changing hearts, its silver bark catching moonlight as it had for countless centuries. Unchanging and eternal, Nimlith watched while mortal hands grew wrinkled. Beneath its deathless branches and mortal eyes gazed upon it with new understanding. Men began to look upon the sacred tree with envy rather than reverence, seeing in its immortal nature precisely what they themselves desired above all earthly treasures. Families who had served the crown faithfully for generations found their deepest loyalties tested by fears they had never known before this troubled age. Sons looked upon their fathers not with traditional respect for wisdom, earned through long years of experience, but with profound pity for time running so swiftly toward its end. The natural passage from one generation to the next became a source of dread and mourning, rather than hope and continuity. The faithful watched these troubling changes with growing alarm, yet they dared not speak openly against the dangerous mood gripping their beloved people. They understood better than most that questioning death meant questioning the will of Eru Ilúvatar himself. But few would listen to such warnings anymore in this new age. The tide of opinion had turned decisively, and ancient wisdom seemed merely old-fashioned in the harsh light of revolutionary ambitions. Artists and poets who had once celebrated mortal life began composing works filled with longing for endless days. Their songs spoke of time as an enemy to be conquered. Beauty became tinged with the bitter taste of impermanence. Love grew shadowed by the knowledge of inevitable loss. The great harbors of Numenor, once alive with the infectious joy of departing ships and triumphantly returning sailors, grew heavy with the oppressive weight of time's relentless passage. Each voyage now reminded men painfully of their numbered years of wandering, their finite adventures, their limited opportunities for glory and discovery. The very freedom and exploration that had long defined the essential Numenorian character began to feel cruelly constrained by mortality's inflexible boundaries. Old women who had once shared cherished stories of their ancestors with evident pride now spoke of the honored dead with bitter resentment and anger. Why should the departed rest in peace while the living struggled daily with the crushing burden of severely limited time? Death became not a blessed reunion with beloved ones gone before, but a cruel and permanent separation from all of life's precious pleasures and possibilities. The great libraries of our Menelaus slowly filled with treatises dedicated to extending life and defeating the natural processes of aging through study and application. Scholars pored over medical texts and complex alchemical formulas with desperate intensity, seeking practical ways to stretch their allotted years far beyond their intended natural limits. Knowledge itself became a weapon to be wielded against the passage of time, rather than a sacred gift to be shared freely among all peoples. Marriages that had once been joyful celebrations of love and lifelong partnership became careful calculations of years remaining together before death's inevitable separation. Young couples found themselves counting decades of potential union, rather than treasuring each precious day as it came to them, and the pure joy of matrimony dimmed beneath the ever-present shadow of eventual parting. Love itself grew fearful and desperate in the face of finite time. The burden of years settled upon Numenor like poison. It changed the very character of its people, where they had once embraced their role as bridges between mortal and immortal realms. Now they saw only the gulf separating them from endless life. The Golden Age continued outwardly, but inwardly the rot had begun. Even children born in this troubled time carried the heavy weight of their people's growing obsession with mortality from their earliest years. They learned to fear aging before they truly understood the simple joy of growing up, and the natural wonder of childhood became clouded by premature awareness of mortality's inevitable approach. The future itself seemed tragically diminished by the painful knowledge of its absolute limits. Hope darkened by the shadow of coming death. The seeds of discontent sown by Tar Atanemia found fertile ground in minds already poisoned by fear of death. What had begun as whispered doubts in private chambers grew into organized movements with clear purpose and growing influence. The court of our Menelaus became a battlefield. Loyalty itself was redefined according to new principles. These changes would have horrified earlier generations of kings, those who supported the royal precedent of defying the Valar, gathered under banners bearing the ancient symbols of Numenorian pride. They called themselves the King's Men. Their name carried weight and meaning. They claimed to represent the true interests of their people against foreign interference and outdated traditions. Their meetings grew bolder and more frequent, moving from hidden corners to prominent halls, where their voices carried weight among the powerful. The King's Men preached a gospel of Numenorian supremacy, built on foundations of accumulated wisdom and achieved greatness. Why should the mightiest kingdom of mortal men bow to elvish counsel or accept limitations imposed by distant powers? They argued with compelling logic, pointing to harbors filled with ships, cities crowned with magnificent towers, and lands beyond counting, which acknowledged Numenorian rule. Young nobles flocked to their assemblies, with the enthusiasm of converts discovering profound truths. These rising courtiers spoke eloquently of national destiny and the natural rights of the superior to command the inferior. Their words carried the intoxicating promise of unlimited possibility, freedom from ancient constraints, and power bounded only by the reach of their own ambition and capability. The faction's influence spread through careful cultivation of key positions within the royal administration. Court appointments increasingly favored those who shared the new philosophy. Traditional advisors found their counsel sought less frequently. The king's men placed their supporters in positions where policy was shaped and resources allocated, building networks of loyalty based on shared ideology instead of ancestral service. Trade guilds and merchant associations proved particularly receptive to arguments emphasizing Numenorian strength and independence from foreign oversight. Their prosperity depended on maritime commerce and colonial ventures which had made the island kingdom wealthy beyond all previous measure. Why should profitable enterprises be constrained by treaties signed with realms contributing nothing to Numenorian success? Military commanders found the king's men message especially appealing, as it validated their professional pride and elevated their status within the kingdom's hierarchy. The faction promised expansion of the fleet and army. They offered greater resources for military ventures. They spoke of warfare as the ultimate expression of national virtue. Generals and admirals began to see themselves as instruments of Numenorian destiny over servants of international order. The faithful watched these developments with growing alarm, but found their own influence steadily diminishing in the face of organized opposition. Their commitment to ancient alliances and traditional wisdom seemed increasingly antiquated to ears filled with promises of national greatness. Old families who had served the crown for centuries discovered their loyalty questioned by those measuring patriotism according to enthusiasm for the new ideology. Religious observances began to reflect the changing political climate as ceremonies honoring the Valar became less frequent and less well attended. The king's men encouraged this trend, arguing for true spirituality focused on the divine spark within Numenorian hearts without submission to external powers. Their theological innovations provided religious justification for political positions, which earlier generations would have recognized as pride and rebellion. Academic institutions experienced profound transformations as scholars aligned themselves with factions offering the greatest opportunities for advancement. Universities once preserving elvish learning now emphasized purely Numenorian achievements and discoveries. History was rewritten to emphasize the kingdom's independent development over gifts received from Gil-galad and his people. Knowledge became a tool for advancing factional goals. The arts flourished under royal patronage, directed toward celebrating Numenorian achievements and destiny, instead of contemplating universal themes or eternal truths. Poets composed verses praising the wisdom of royal policy, while painters created works depicting the kingdom's triumph over natural limitations. Beauty became a tool for advancing political messages, without inspiring contemplation of higher realities. Legal scholars reinterpreted ancient laws to support expanded royal prerogatives and reduced obligations to foreign powers. Court decisions increasingly favored interpretations, enhancing Numenorian sovereignty while minimizing external constraints on royal action. Justice itself became subordinated to national interest, as defined by the ascendant faction and their supporters. Through careful manipulation of legal precedent, economic policies shifted to prioritize projects demonstrating Numenorian power and capability over more modest ventures aimed at mutual benefit with other realms. Massive construction projects consumed enormous resources, while generating employment and opportunities for those willing to support the faction's vision. The kingdom's wealth became an instrument for advancing political goals, without promoting general welfare. The king's men established formal hierarchies and procedures, giving their movement the appearance of legitimate government instead of factional conspiracy. They issued statements of principle, conducted regular assemblies, and maintained communication networks reaching into every corner of the kingdom. What had begun as informal association evolved into alternative structures of authority, competing with traditional institutions. Marriage alliances and social connections increasingly followed factional lines as families positioned themselves according to political calculations, without regard for personal affection or long-standing friendships. The king's men encouraged these developments, understanding how social relationships reinforced political loyalties, while isolating potential opponents from sources of support and influence within the broader community. Provincial governors began to declare their allegiance openly to the new ideology, recognizing the shift in political winds. They issued proclamations emphasizing local autonomy and Numenorian sovereignty over distant territories. Colonial administrators found their positions more secure when they demonstrated enthusiasm for the faction's vision, without traditional restraints on exploitation of subject peoples. Harbor masters and port officials implemented new regulations, favoring vessels flying Numenorian flags over foreign ships seeking trade privileges. Customs duties were restructured to benefit domestic merchants, while creating barriers for competitors from Gil-galad's realms. The king's men understood economic warfare as extension of political strategy, using commercial policy to advance their broader goals. Educational curricula in the great schools of Armenelos underwent systematic revision to emphasize themes supporting the new political order. Students learned revised histories celebrating Numenorian achievements, while minimizing acknowledgement of assistance received from other peoples. Philosophy classes focused on concepts of national destiny and racial superiority instead of universal principles of justice and wisdom. The king's men established networks of informers and supporters throughout the kingdom's institutions, creating an apparatus for monitoring opposition and rewarding loyalty. They maintained careful records of political affiliations and used this information to advance careers of supporters while marginalizing potential threats. Fear became a tool of governance as officials understood how professional advancement required demonstration of ideological conformity. The burden of years had settled deep into Numenorian hearts during the reign of Tyra and his successors. Political divisions emerged from this shared fear of mortality that now consumed noble thoughts and common conversations alike. The king's men found their strongest voice during these troubled times as they questioned the wisdom of ancient traditions. They argued that Numenor had outgrown the need for guidance from powers across the Western Sea. These bold speakers championed a philosophy that celebrated purely mortal achievements and dismissed the council of immortal beings. Their arguments resonated throughout the royal court and beyond, as citizens began to question why their magnificent kingdom should bow to any authority save their own wisdom and strength. Noble families aligned themselves with this rising faction for reasons both genuine and calculated, seeing opportunity in the changing political winds. Court ceremonies gradually reflected these new attitudes toward traditional relationships with elven realms. Official protocols shifted as diplomatic customs that had long honored Gil-galad received less emphasis in public gatherings. Numenorian achievements took center stage in royal celebrations, rather than acknowledgments of friendship with distant immortal peoples. The changes appeared subtle but represented a fundamental transformation in how the kingdom viewed itself and its place in the world. The faithful watched these developments with growing alarm as ancient bonds weakened before their eyes. They maintained their reverence for the Valar and their friendship with elven courts, yet found themselves increasingly isolated within their own society. Their warnings about the dangers of pride fell upon ears that no longer wished to hear such counsel. Political discourse became strained between the factions as each side hardened their positions. Arguments erupted in council chambers as representatives of both philosophies sought to influence royal decisions and shape the kingdom's future direction. The king's men advocated for policies that would assert Numenorian independence from all external guidance. They proposed expanded military expeditions to demonstrate their realm's power throughout Middle-earth. Such displays would prove that mortal men could achieve greatness without immortal oversight or assistance from any source. Members of the faithful faction countered with appeals to traditional wisdom and the proven benefits of alliance with Gil-galad's realm. They argued that Numenor's greatness had always depended upon harmony with divine order rather than opposition to it. Their voices carried the weight of centuries of prosperity built upon foundations of humility and gratitude for the gifts they had received. Yet such arguments seemed increasingly outdated to many listeners. The royal household itself became divided as younger princes embraced ideas that promised unlimited expansion of Numenorian power and influence. They grew impatient with restrictions that prevented their kingdom from claiming its rightful place as ruler of all lands within sailing distance. Older advisors who counseled moderation found their influence waning as bold new voices gained the king's attention and approval for more aggressive approaches to governance. Public opinion shifted gradually toward the kings, men as their message appealed to citizens, who took immense pride in their realm's technological and cultural accomplishments. Many Numenorians had begun to feel that their loyalty to distant powers somehow diminished their own achievements and potential for even greater glory. The faction's speakers reminded audiences of their kingdom's advances in shipbuilding, architecture, and warfare won through purely mortal effort and ingenuity. Trade relationships with Middle-earth territories reflected these changing attitudes as Numenorian merchants adopted more assertive approaches to commercial negotiations. They demanded terms that recognized their kingdom's superior position rather than treating foreign peoples as equals in business arrangements. Such practices generated considerable wealth, but also resentment among populations that had previously welcomed Numenorian presence in their lands with genuine friendship and mutual respect. Religious observances honoring the Valar faced subtle but persistent pressure as the kings Men questioned the appropriateness of ceremonies that acknowledged powers beyond mortal understanding. They suggested that such rituals diminished Numenorian dignity and implied dependence upon forces that might not have their kingdom's best interests at heart. Alternative celebrations focused on purely human achievements gained support among younger citizens who embraced this new philosophy. The faithful responded by organizing private gatherings to preserve traditional practices and maintain their connections with elven courts. They exchanged letters with Gil-galad's representatives and kept alive the friendship that had long benefited both realms through shared knowledge and mutual aid. Yet they operated increasingly in secrecy as public sentiment moved against their position. Their loyalty to ancient wisdom marked them as obstacles to progress in the eyes of many. Palace intrigue intensified as both factions maneuvered for greater influence over royal policy and succession matters. Appointments to important positions became matters of factional loyalty rather than merit or experience alone. The king's men secured key roles in military command and diplomatic service through political connections. Their opponents found themselves excluded from decision-making processes that would determine Numenor's future direction and ultimate destiny. The great kingdom that had once stood united in wisdom and humility became divided against itself as the king's men rose to prominence. Ancient bonds of friendship and reverence gave way to new philosophies that promised unlimited power but demanded the abandonment of time-tested wisdom. What had begun as political disagreement now threatened to tear apart the very foundations upon which Numenor's greatness had been built. As fear of mortality transformed into dangerous pride, the king's men philosophy found its most brutal expression in distant colonial territories, where Numenorian power touched the lives of lesser peoples. Governors embraced the new ideology with enthusiasm. They implemented harsh policies, reflecting their conviction of racial superiority over the wild men of Middle-earth. What had once been partnerships built on mutual respect and shared benefit transformed into exploitative relationships designed solely to advance Numenorian interests. Numenorian administrators arrived in coastal settlements, carrying revised mandates from Armanelis, and they conducted themselves with the supreme arrogance of men, representing what they believed to be the world's greatest civilization. Native chieftains who had once negotiated as respected equals now found themselves summoned to humiliating meetings where their voices carried no weight. The old treaties were systematically reinterpreted to favor Numenorian merchants exclusively. Traditional hunting grounds became crown property overnight through legal manipulation. Coastal fortresses grew into administrative centers, where Numenorian law superseded all local traditions. Armed guards enforced decisions made by officials who spoke no native languages. Governors' councils issued proclamations, requiring tribute payments in forms that disrupted traditional economies completely. Communities were forced to abandon sustainable practices in favor of cash crops serving distant Numenorian markets exclusively. Educational missions underwent systematic transformation as teachers began emphasizing Numenorian cultural superiority over local traditions. Native children learned to read and write exclusively in a Dunaic rather than their ancestral tongues. They studied revised histories portraying their peoples as primitive beneficiaries of Numenorian enlightenment. Traditional stories and songs were forbidden as obstacles to progress. Ancient wisdom was dismissed as ignorance. Military expeditions into the interior took on characteristics that would have horrified earlier Numenorian explorers completely. Orders prioritized speed and efficiency over diplomatic courtesy. Native resistance to colonial expansion was met with overwhelming force designed to demonstrate the futility of opposing Numenorian will. Villagers refusing new taxation systems faced punitive raids that destroyed crops and scattered families as examples to others. The magnificent harbors built by earlier kings became staging areas for expeditions designed to extend Numenorian control deeper into the continental interior. These ventures attracted men who saw opportunity in systematically subjugating peoples they considered racially inferior. Hunting parties pursued both wild beasts and human quarry. Strong men and women were captured for forced labor projects, serving colonial interests throughout the expanding territories. Trade relationships that had once benefited all parties devolved into extractive arrangements where native peoples provided raw materials at prices set exclusively by Numenorian merchants. Local craftsmen found their markets flooded with mass-produced goods imported from the island kingdom. Artisans who had created beautiful works for generations discovered their skills were valued only if they served Numenorian tastes. Religious conversion efforts intensified as colonial administrators embraced Kingsmen teachings about spreading Numenorian beliefs to backward peoples. Missionary activities became tools of political control rather than spiritual guidance. Native priests and wise women faced exile or imprisonment as threats to public order. Sacred sites were appropriated for Numenorian use or deliberately destroyed to break spiritual connections. Legal systems imposed by colonial authorities recognized only Numenorian concepts of property ownership and individual rights. They overturned communal arrangements that had governed native societies for countless generations. Land held in common for seasonal use was divided into parcels suitable for buying and selling. This created opportunities for Numenorian speculators while dispossessing traditional occupants of their ancestral territories. Economic policies designed to integrate colonial territories into the Numenorian commercial system destroyed traditional patterns of production and exchange. Communities once self-sufficient found themselves relying on imported goods for basic necessities. Their natural resources flowed toward ports, where Numenorian ships waited to carry wealth back to the island kingdom. The colonial economy became a mechanism for transferring value. Agricultural techniques, introduced by Numenorian settlers, often proved unsuitable for local environmental conditions. Yet colonial authorities mandated their adoption regardless of consequences. Native farming wisdom was dismissed as primitive ignorance. Large-scale plantations replaced diverse smallholdings. These operations created monocultures vulnerable to disease, while employing forced labor under conditions that shortened lives. Cultural festivals and traditional gatherings faced prohibition or heavy regulation as administrators grew suspicious of activities. Bringing native peoples together outside Numenorian supervision. Languages spoken by conquered peoples were marginalized in favor of Adunaic. Traditional knowledge about medicine, astronomy, and agriculture was dismissed as worthless superstition. The erasure of indigenous culture proceeded under civilization's banner. The transformation of Numenorian colonial policy reflected broader changes occurring within the kingdom itself. Kingsmen ideology had convinced many citizens of their natural superiority over lesser peoples. What had begun as exploration and trade evolved into systematic exploitation and cultural destruction. This marked a fundamental shift from the noble ideals that had originally guided Numenorian expansion into Middle-earth territories. The faithful watched the king's men rise to power with growing alarm and mounting determination. Secret meetings began in hidden chambers beneath old family estates. Trusted servants stood guard against unwanted intrusion. These gatherings brought together nobles, scholars, and merchants who still honored the traditional friendship with Gil-galad's people and maintained deep reverence for the Valar's guidance in mortal affairs. Networks of communication developed through careful cultivation of loyal contacts in harbors, trading houses, and administrative offices. Messages passed between sympathizers using coded language, referring to seasonal festivals and merchant transactions. The faithful established safe houses in remote coastal villages. Those fleeing persecution could find temporary shelter before departing for Gil-galad's territories. Underground preservation efforts focused on protecting banned books, maps, and artifacts representing centuries of collaborative scholarship. Loyal scribes worked by candlelight in hidden chambers to copy endangered texts. Zealous administrators sought to destroy these works systematically. Ancient star charts, botanical treatises, and philosophical works disappeared from public libraries, only to reappear in carefully concealed private collections. Secret ceremonies honoring the Valar continued in garden groves and forest clearings far from watchful eyes. King's men, informants had infiltrated many aspects of public life. Participants approached these gatherings through different routes and at different times to avoid arousing suspicion among neighbors. Sacred songs were sung in whispered voices, while offerings of flowers and fruit were placed beneath ancient trees. Communication with Gil-galad's realm continued through trusted sea captains who maintained the old friendship despite growing official hostility. These mariners carried letters hidden within ordinary cargo shipments. Passengers traveled disguised as merchants or craftsmen seeking work in distant ports. The correspondents carried personal messages, but also warnings about political developments and requests for guidance during increasingly difficult times. Young people received careful instruction in the old traditions through informal apprenticeships. These appeared to focus on ordinary crafts, but actually preserved essential knowledge about medicine, astronomy, and natural philosophy. Master artisans taught their students not only how to work with wood, stone, and metal, but also how to read the ancient scripts. Educational efforts ensured wisdom would survive, even if formal institutions were completely corrupted. Hidden libraries grew in size and importance as private citizens rescued endangered volumes from academic institutions. These were systematically purging their collections of works considered politically unreliable. Wealthy families converted unused cellars and attic spaces into climate-controlled repositories. Precious manuscripts could be stored safely for future generations. Detailed catalogues recorded the location of every rescued text. Recruitment of new members required extraordinary caution, since King's Men agents actively sought to infiltrate opposition groups. Potential allies underwent extended observation periods, during which their trustworthiness was carefully evaluated. seemingly casual conversations, and minor tests of loyalty helped assess candidates. Only after months of evaluation were people approached with direct invitations to join the underground network, supporting traditional values. Financial networks developed to support families whose breadwinners had lost employment due to their political beliefs. Property had been confiscated through legal manipulation in many cases. Wealthy sympathizers contributed to discretionary funds, providing assistance to those in need. Careful records ensured resources reached deserving recipients. These arrangements operated through intermediaries who could not be traced back to their ultimate sources. The white tree itself became a symbol of resistance, as faithful gardeners worked to protect Nimloth from neglect. Hostile officials viewed the sacred tree as a relic of outdated thinking. Volunteers took turns maintaining the soil, pruning dead branches, and ensuring the ancient symbol of Numenorian heritage continued to flourish. Their devotion represented broader commitments to preserving what was worth saving from their cultural inheritance. Training programs prepared selected individuals for possible future evacuation to Gil-galad's territories. Persecution might become so severe for those who refused to abandon their principles. These preparations included language, instruction, navigation skills, and knowledge of safe harbors. Refugees might find welcome among elvish communities in distant lands. Maps showing secret routes and hidden supply caches were carefully memorized. Strategic planning sessions addressed long-term questions about how traditional values might be preserved through the current crisis. Participants debated whether active resistance might become necessary. Passive preservation might represent the wisest course of action under current circumstances. These discussions helped prepare the faithful for difficult decisions. Political pressures continued to intensify throughout the kingdom with alarming speed. The resistance network represented far more than mere political opposition to current government policies. It embodied a profound commitment to preserving the spiritual and intellectual heritage. This had made Numenor great in earlier generations, when wisdom guided royal policy. Through their courage and dedication, the faithful ensured noble ideals would survive the current dark period and perhaps inspire future renewal. King's Men policies soon extended beyond palace walls into the wider world. Immediately, Middle-earth felt the shift. New attitudes arrived with Numenorian administrators who governed the peoples they encountered. Gone were the days of patient guidance. Mutual respect had ended. Throughout the territories, colonial governors embraced obvious superiority over lesser peoples requiring firm direction. Officials scrutinized native customs, seeing primitive practices needing correction through civilized intervention. Summoned to meetings, local chiefs found Numenorian law taking precedence over ancient tribal traditions. Garrison commanders viewed defiance as barbaric stubbornness. Swift punishment followed any resistance. Rather than seeking partners in trade, merchant expeditions transformed into hunting parties seeking resources. Without consulting communities, timber crews stripped entire forests where peoples had lived for countless generations. Despite protests from elders explaining spiritual significance, mining operations expanded into sacred grounds. Such concerns seemed irrelevant to men convinced of their divine right to exploit lesser lands. Dramatically, Educational programs shifted focus as teachers sought to remake local populations in Numenorian image. Arriving with new curricula, instructors designed systems to replace local languages with proper speech patterns from the Blessed Isle. Children learned histories emphasizing their people's ignorance before wise sea kings brought civilization. Traditional stories faced prohibition. Dangerous superstitions hindered progress toward enlightened thinking. Aggressive patrol schedules emerged throughout territories previously governed through diplomatic cooperation along ancient trade routes. Soldiers established checkpoints to monitor movement and collect taxes from peoples who had never paid tribute to foreign powers. Weapons restrictions prevented hunters from carrying traditional spears. Meanwhile, Numenorian guards displayed superior steel openly as symbols of unquestionable authority, drawing official disapproval. Religious ceremonies honoring local spirits faced scrutiny from administrators who considered such practices evidence of spiritual corruption requiring correction. Construction projects felled sacred groves. Government buildings rose where shrines had stood for centuries. Community decisions excluded priests. Numenorian clerks assumed authority over matters previously handled by tribal councils through ancient wisdom. Beyond reasonable levels, tribute demands increased as colonial administrators sought to demonstrate effectiveness to distant superiors in Arminalos. Ships bound for the Blessed Isle emptied grain stores. Local populations faced hunger during harsh winters. Longer hours consumed craftsmen producing goods destined for export rather than items needed by their own communities. Upon peoples with different traditions, marriage laws imposed Numenorian customs regarding family structures and inheritance rights, passed down through countless generations. Within societies where they had previously held respect, women lost status and authority. Labor gangs conscripted young men. Months separated them from families while they constructed roads and fortifications serving imperial rather than local interests. Subject to licensing requirements, cultural festivals celebrating seasonal changes or honoring ancestors became impossible for most communities to navigate through bureaucratic maze. Music fell silent in regions where songs had marked important occasions for generations. Under regulations favoring Numenorian aesthetic standards, art forms withered rather than flourishing through native creative expressions developed across centuries. As expanding settlements claimed lands for subsistence since time immemorial, hunting territories shrank for tribal peoples. New towns built across traditional pathways created barriers along ancient migration routes used by both animals and peoples. Habitat loss and intensive harvesting designed to supply luxury markets, rather than basic survival needs, caused wildlife populations to decline rapidly. Under foreign legal codes, ignoring local customs regarding dispute resolution, justice systems collapsed after generations of wisdom and experience. Community elders watched their authority drain away. Numenorian judges imposed sentences based on laws written in distant kingdoms. Into bureaucratic systems designed for administrative convenience rather than fairness, appeals disappeared completely. Most deeply, individual families suffered as children learned to view their parents' ways as backward and shameful compared to enlightened Numenorian methods. Younger generations embraced foreign customs, hoping for advancement within the new order. Elders found themselves ignored. traditional knowledge died with its keepers as new generations sought different paths to prosperity. For generations, economic systems had sustained communities through careful balance and mutual support. Imperial trade networks destroyed these foundations, valuing efficiency over sustainability and profit over community welfare. As goods flowed toward distant ports rather than serving neighborhood needs, local markets disappeared entirely, accelerating under imperial policies prioritizing immediate extraction. Environmental destruction replaced long-term stewardship of natural resources. Rivers ran muddy from mining operations. Forests disappeared to feed shipyards in distant harbors. Sacred sites became quarries as administrators dismissed spiritual concerns in favor of material progress, measured by tonnage shipped to Numenorian ports. Where once Numenorian presence had brought knowledge and prosperity through partnership, colonial rule now extracted wealth while offering little except order enforced through fear. Middle-earth's peoples learned their new masters viewed them not as younger siblings, deserving guidance, but as resources, requiring efficient management for the greater glory of sea kings ruling from across western waters. Throughout Numenor, a different response emerged to the king's men's growing dominance over imperial policy. Not all citizens embraced the new philosophy of mortal supremacy. Despite official pressure, ancient loyalties persisted among families who remembered older wisdom. Quietly, the faithful began organizing networks of resistance. Across the island's major cities, like-minded households sought each other out through careful inquiry and mutual friends. Rather than engaging in open political discourse, conversations moved to private gardens where trusted voices could speak freely. Ancient friendships with Gil-galad's realm could no longer be proclaimed in public squares. Instead, they flourished in hidden chambers where traditional ceremonies continued despite growing official disapproval, deepening their spiritual practices through necessary secrecy. The faithful maintained reverence for the Valar and Eru beyond the Western Sea. Evening gatherings honored the powers in voices lowered to avoid detection. Sacred songs continued in private homes where friends preserved customs their ancestors had cherished for centuries. Such worship required extraordinary caution as surveillance networks expanded throughout the realm. Behind carefully locked doors, teachers preserved the true history of Numenor's founding and the compact with divine powers. Children learned about Elros's choice between mortality and immortality. Stories emphasized humility and gratitude rather than pride and dominance over lesser peoples. These lessons directly contradicted official curricula, but kept alive wisdom that had once guided their kingdom toward genuine greatness. Maintaining contact with Gil-galad's representatives required elaborate precautions as official obstruction increased. Letters traveled through merchant networks loyal to ancient friendship rather than imperial profit alone. Secret codes disguised sensitive communications as routine business correspondence. Messengers faced growing risks as authorities monitored all traffic between the island and Middle-earth territories. Underground throughout major settlements, hidden libraries preserved texts questioning the new philosophy of mortal supremacy over immortal guidance. Scholars worked frantically to copy manuscripts before authorities could identify and confiscate them. Ancient treaties with elven realms survived in concealed archives beneath trusted homes. Maps showing traditional trade routes lay hidden under floorboards. Knowledge endured despite systematic attempts to destroy it. Establishing safe houses across Armanelos and other cities, the faithful provided shelter for those whose loyalty to old ways had attracted unwelcome official attention. Families opened their homes to friends facing persecution for maintaining forbidden beliefs. Resources flowed quietly through these networks to support resistance members despite personal risks and financial costs. Among craftsmen and merchants, secret guilds maintained standards of quality and honor that imperial policies had systematically abandoned. Traditional methods survived alongside ancient ethical codes governing fair trade and honest labor practices, operating parallel to official organizations. These networks preserved values their ancestors had treasured while avoiding direct confrontation with authorities. Discreetly, ship captains continued carrying messages and small gifts between Numenorian and Elven harbors, despite increasing scrutiny. Loyal to old friendship, they risked official displeasure by maintaining connections across the Western Sea. Cargo manifests concealed letters and tokens of continued alliance beneath layers of legitimate trade goods. Such voyages became increasingly dangerous as maritime patrols expanded their surveillance activities. In remote mountain valleys, the faithful gathered for seasonal festivals honoring their island's natural beauty and divine gifts. Music echoed through hidden locations where ancient songs praised the Valar's wisdom. Dancers followed patterns taught by elven friends in centuries past. These celebrations strengthened bonds among those who refused to abandon their spiritual heritage for political expedience. Through careful recruitment, sympathetic individuals within government positions provided warnings about planned persecutions and policy changes. Information flowed through trusted channels to help endangered families escape detention or worse fates. Some officials quietly sabotaged policies they privately opposed. Courage manifested in small acts of defiance rather than open rebellion that would invite immediate destruction. Despite growing personal risks, scholarly exchanges continued between Numenorian and Elven intellectuals through secret channels. Mathematical discoveries, astronomical observations, and philosophical treatises crossed the sea in hidden compartments. Knowledge advanced through cooperation despite official policies, promoting isolation and hostility toward immortal peoples who had once been honored friends, strengthening their underground networks. Marriage alliances among the faithful preserved genetic lines connected to elven friendship and ancient wisdom. Young couples pledged themselves to maintaining traditional values within their future families. Children born to such unions learned loyalty to principles, transcending immediate political circumstances and personal safety considerations. Environmental stewardship continued among those who remembered their island's sacred character as a gift from divine powers. Secret gardens preserved native plants threatened by aggressive development policies favoring profit over natural beauty. Traditional farming methods survived on estates owned by faithful families. Ancient groves received protection through private initiative rather than official designation that might attract hostile attention. Gradually developing sophisticated methods for evading detection, the resistance learned to maintain essential activities while avoiding government surveillance. Codes evolved to confuse official efforts at penetration. Meeting locations rotated frequently to prevent discovery by informants. Leadership structures remained deliberately unclear to protect key organizers from targeted persecution that would cripple their efforts. Where king's men policies promoted pride and domination over foreign peoples, the faithful cultivated humility and service to higher purposes than imperial glory. Their resistance took cultural rather than military forms, preserving wisdom for future generations who might again appreciate the gifts their kingdom had originally received. Ancient friendship endured in hidden places, waiting patiently for times when darkness might lift and truth could emerge from shadows to guide Numenor toward its proper destiny. The discovery came through betrayal, as such discoveries often do when fear poisons bonds between neighbors. A servant in one of the great houses reported strange midnight gatherings to local authorities. He was desperate to prove his loyalty to the new regime. The information reached King's men officials within days. Secret meetings beneath family estates, coded messages, hidden libraries. The scope of faithful resistance shocked administrators who had expected only individual dissent. Argimelzer received the reports with grim satisfaction. He recognized the opportunity to demonstrate firm control throughout his realm. The new king had inherited his father's crown. He had also inherited conviction of Numenorian supremacy and distrust of foreign influences. Elvish friendship represented weakness and submission to powers seeking to limit Numenorian greatness. The faithful network provided perfect justification for policies he had long desired to implement. Arrests began before dawn on the appointed day. Armed guards surrounded houses identified through careful investigation and interrogation of captured conspirators. Wealthy families who had supported the resistance found their doors broken down. Their children were questioned about treasonous activities within their homes. The king's men moved with ruthless efficiency, coordinating simultaneous raids across multiple districts to prevent warnings from reaching other cells. Evidence of collaboration with Gil-galad proved particularly damning in official eyes. Letters hidden within merchant cargo provided detailed records of communication with Elvish authorities. Maps showing secret routes revealed extensive preparation for potential evacuation. The scope of planning convinced prosecutors of seditious intent. Harsh sentences were justified for all participants. Officials viewed such correspondence as tantamount to espionage on behalf of foreign powers. Public trials became spectacular demonstrations of royal authority, as prominent citizens faced treason charges. Packed courtrooms filled with curious spectators. The proceedings followed legal forms, but reached predetermined conclusions. Witnesses testified about meetings they had observed and documents they had discovered. Defense advocates found themselves severely restricted in their arguments, while prosecutors painted vivid pictures of conspiracy against the crown. Loyalty oaths became mandatory for all citizens employed in government positions. Military service, educational institutions, and major commercial enterprises. The oaths required explicit rejection of Elvish influence. They demanded affirmation of exclusive loyalty to Numenorian interests, as defined by royal policy. Those refusing to swear the prescribed words faced immediate dismissal from their positions and exclusion from participation in public life. Surveillance networks expanded rapidly as the government recruited informants from every level of society. Rewards were offered for information about suspicious activities or conversations. Neighbors watched neighbors for signs of prohibited beliefs. Servants reported on their employers' private discussions and correspondence. The atmosphere of suspicion transformed daily interactions as people learned to guard their words carefully and question the loyalties of those around them. Book burnings provided public spectacles designed to demonstrate thoroughness in the campaign against corrupted thinking. Ancient texts preserving elvish wisdom went up in flames. Philosophical works questioning government policy burned alongside celebrations of traditional friendship between peoples. Educational curricula underwent systematic revision. Any content suggesting equality between Numenorian and Elvish cultures was eliminated completely. Property confiscations followed swiftly upon convictions. As the crown seized estates belonging to families convicted of treasonous conspiracy, these holdings were redistributed to loyal supporters of the new regime. This created powerful incentives for continued allegiance. Resources to fund expanded security operations were provided through these seizures. The economic consequences of resistance became immediately apparent to anyone considering opposition to government policies. Religious observances honoring the Valar faced increasing restrictions as authorities viewed such practices as evidence of continued submission. Public ceremonies were forbidden outright. Private worship came under scrutiny from officials who questioned the loyalty of participants. The White Tree itself faced deliberate neglect. Royal gardeners received new instructions about priorities for maintaining palace grounds. Sacred traditions were abandoned in favor of purely Numenorian celebrations. Prison conditions deteriorated deliberately, as overcrowding strained facilities never designed for such numbers of political prisoners. Food became scarce throughout the detention system. Medical care disappeared entirely for those convicted of crimes against the state. The suffering served both as punishment for past activities and warning to others. Anyone considering similar resistance to royal authority would face identical consequences. Policies deemed necessary for national greatness required absolute obedience. Underground communication networks collapsed under the weight of systematic arrests and sophisticated interrogations. Captured members revealed information about contacts and meeting places under pressure from increasingly refined questioning techniques. The systematic dismantling of resistance infrastructure demonstrated the effectiveness of coordinated government action. All sources of organized opposition were eliminated, while potential future trouble was prevented through thorough investigation and prosecution. Administrative efficiency became a hallmark of the new regime, as bureaucrats competed to demonstrate their effectiveness in implementing royal policy. Detailed records were maintained of all arrests, interrogations, and convictions. Performance evaluations rewarded officials who showed particular zeal in rooting out subversive elements. Career advancement depended on demonstrated loyalty to the crown and willingness to take harsh action against those deemed threats to national security. Argimmel's iron fist closed around every aspect of Numenorian society as the king consolidated power through systematic fear. He eliminated all sources of opposition to his vision of national destiny. The faithful, who had once worked openly for traditional values, now faced stark choices between submission and exile. Those who remained learned to hide their true beliefs beneath masks of enforced conformity. The transformation of Numenor from a realm of wisdom into one of oppression had begun in earnest. Eventually, Sophisticated surveillance efforts exposed the resistance networks that had operated in secret for years. Within his court, King Argimilza heard advisors speak of growing threats to royal authority. Those maintaining loyalty to powers beyond the Western Sea posed unacceptable risks to imperial unity. Through inheritance, he had gained both his father's crown and his conviction that eliminating all foreign influences was essential. During careful investigation, royal officials discovered the shocking extent of faithful activities penetrating society at every level. Secret meetings had flourished beneath family estates for months. Rather than viewing this as evidence of widespread dissatisfaction with government policies, administrators interpreted such organization as proof of seditious conspiracy. Immediate action became necessary to preserve royal authority. Before dawn, on carefully coordinated schedules, arrests began throughout major cities to prevent warnings from reaching other resistance cells. Armed guards surrounded houses, identified through months of patient surveillance and interrogation. Meanwhile, wealthy families supporting the underground movement found their doors broken down without warning. Children faced questioning about treasonous activities within their homes as officials sought additional conspirators. Moving with ruthless efficiency, the king's men coordinated simultaneous raids across multiple districts to maximize their impact. Evidence proved particularly damaging when prosecutors discovered collaboration with Gil-galad through official investigations. Hidden within merchant cargo, letters provided detailed records of communication with Elven authorities. Maps showed secret evacuation routes to foreign territories. Beyond individual prosecutions, new institutions emerged to prevent future resistance activities from taking root throughout the realm. Mandatory loyalty oaths affected all citizens employed in government positions, military service, educational institutions, and major commercial enterprises. Such oaths required explicit rejection of Elven influence, affirmation of exclusive loyalty to Numenorian interests became legally binding for thousands. Rapidly throughout society, surveillance networks expanded by recruiting informants from every social level. Rewards encouraged information about suspicious activities among neighbors, servants, and colleagues. Under these policies, daily interactions transformed as people learned to guard their words carefully. Trust disappeared completely. Through public trials, spectacular demonstrations of royal authority emerged to display the consequences of opposition to official policy. Packed courtrooms filled with curious spectators eager to witness the proceedings. Despite their prominence, citizens faced treason charges based on correspondence with foreign powers. Defense advocates found themselves severely restricted, while prosecutors painted vivid pictures of conspiracy. Following convictions swiftly, property confiscations allowed the crown to seize estates belonging to families convicted of treasonous conspiracy. Redistribution of these holdings to loyal supporters created powerful incentives for continued allegiance to official policies. From these seizures, resources flowed to fund expanded security operations throughout the realm. Under systematic attack, religious observances honoring the Valar faced increasing restrictions as authorities viewed such practices as evidence of submission to foreign powers. Public ceremonies faced outright prohibition. Within private homes, worship drew scrutiny from officials questioning participant loyalty. Sacred traditions vanished, while purely Numenorian celebrations replaced them. Throughout the palace grounds, Deliberate neglect affected the White Tree itself, as royal gardeners received new instructions about maintenance priorities. Ancient symbol of the compact between Numenor and the powers beyond the sea. The tree's declining health reflected the kingdom's abandonment of spiritual foundations. Few dared comment on this visible sign. Deliberately under official policy, prison conditions deteriorated as facilities strained under numbers never anticipated for political prisoners. Food became scarce throughout the detention system. Meanwhile, medical care disappeared entirely for those convicted of crimes against the state. Such suffering served dual purposes as punishment and warning. Throughout these systematic campaigns, administrators competed to demonstrate effectiveness in implementing royal policy and identifying subversive elements. Detailed records documented all arrests, interrogations, and convictions to provide evidence of bureaucratic efficiency. Career advancement depended on demonstrated loyalty to the crown above all other considerations. Under coordinated government pressure, underground communication networks collapsed as captured members revealed information about contacts and meeting places. Sophisticated interrogation techniques extracted details from resistance leaders. Through thorough investigation and prosecution, prevention of potential future trouble became possible. By systematic elimination of all sources of resistance, Argimels's iron fist closed around every aspect of Numenorian society. Those who had once worked openly for traditional values now faced stark choices between submission and exile. Behind masks of enforced conformity, those who remained learned to hide their true beliefs as Numenor's transformation from wisdom into oppression accelerated toward tragedy. Eventually, the iron grip of persecution would give way to even darker developments within Numenor's royal succession. Citizens had grown accustomed to authoritarian rule under Argimels's harsh reign. Death came to him in his later years after decades of systematic oppression. Rather than following ancient laws of inheritance, ambitious forces saw opportunity in the transition of power. The kingdom stood at a crossroads. Palace tensions had been building for months. Within the royal court, Phaerzan had long harbored resentment toward traditional succession practices, favoring his cousin Tar Palantir as rightful heir. Military commanders found his arguments about strong leadership persuasive during private meetings. Behind closed doors, promises of advancement and wealth circulated among key supporters. Popular opinion had shifted toward leaders promising strength and conquest. Ancient customs seemed outdated to many citizens. The old ways offered no glory. Before any official coronation ceremony could take place, coordinated action began throughout major military installations and government buildings. Armed supporters of Phaerzan's claims surrounded key positions in Armenelos with precision timing. Meanwhile, loyal guards arrested officials who might oppose the succession change. Messages traveled swiftly to provincial governors demanding immediate acknowledgement of new authority. Resistance was not tolerated. The coup unfolded like clockwork. During these crucial hours, Tar Palantir found himself isolated from traditional sources of support within the nobility and military hierarchy. Few dared speak openly against Phaerzan's seizure of power. Those who attempted resistance discovered their communications intercepted. Efficient networks of informants monitored their movements closely. The usurper's reach extended everywhere. Loyal friends melted away rapidly. Through careful preparation over many months, Pharazôn had secured backing from the most powerful factions within Numenorian society. Military leaders received promises of expanded campaigns in Middle-earth. Commercial interests heard assurances of profitable policies favoring aggressive trade expansion. Religious authorities got pledges to eliminate remaining faithful influence from government completely. Each faction received exactly what they desired most. Gold bought many loyalties. Beyond mere military force, popular support emerged from citizens who embraced promises of renewed imperial glory and dominance over foreign peoples. Pharazôn's speeches emphasized Numenorian superiority and destiny to rule all lands within their reach. Such rhetoric resonated with populations already convinced of their kingdom's right to supremacy. Previous royal policies had shaped public opinion for decades. The people were ready for conquest. Destiny called to them. Within days of the initial seizure, formal ceremonies proclaimed Ar-Pharazôn as king, despite his complete lack of legitimate claim under traditional laws. Ancient customs governing royal succession faced deliberate abandonment. Crown jewels and symbols of authority transferred to hands that had taken them through force rather than inheritance. New precedents took precedence over established legal frameworks. The old order crumbled swiftly. History was being rewritten. Throughout the realm, administrators quickly adapted to serve the new regime rather than risk their positions through resistance. Bureaucratic machinery continued functioning as officials demonstrated flexibility in their loyalties. Provincial governors sent messages of support and allegiance. They maintained their authority over local populations and resources. Survival required adaptation. Pragmatism ruled the day. During elaborate public celebrations designed to demonstrate popular support, crowds gathered to witness impressive displays of military might and imperial ambition. Pharazôn appeared before his subjects wearing the ancient crown with supreme confidence. Speeches promised glory and conquest, surpassing all previous achievements in Numenorian history. Such demonstrations reinforced popular support while intimidating potential opposition. The spectacle was overwhelming. Power demanded pageantry. Behind the impressive pageantry, systematic changes began reshaping government institutions to serve the usurper's vision of absolute power. Legal precedents accumulated over centuries crumbled under pressure from new interpretations. Ancient councils found their advisory roles severely diminished. Executive authority concentrated in fewer hands, answerable only to the crown. Democracy withered rapidly. Checks and balances disappeared. Throughout this transformation, foreign observers noted the complete abandonment of laws and customs governing succession for centuries. Diplomatic representatives from Gil-galad's realm witnessed the triumph of force over legitimacy. Such developments confirmed their worst fears about the direction of politics within the once wise kingdom across the sea. Ancient friendship faced new threats. Alliance seemed impossible now. Within months of his seizure of power, Ar-Pharazôn had consolidated complete control over every aspect of government, while eliminating sources of opposition through intimidation and force. Traditional legal frameworks lay abandoned. Ancient wisdom gave way to unchecked ambition and dangerous pride. Numenor entered its final phase of corruption under leadership. Recognizing no authority beyond its own desires for dominance and glory, the transformation was complete. Darkness had won. beyond the western seas, while Numenor descended into the darkness of usurped power and corrupted ambition. The lands of Middle-earth groaned beneath a shadow far more ancient and terrible. From his fortress of Barad-dûr in the land of Mordor, Sauron the Deceiver had risen again to terrible prominence. The Black Tower pierced the sky like a dagger thrust into the heart of the world, and from its pinnacles poured forth legions that had not been seen since the Elder Days. For centuries uncounted, the Dark Lord had labored in secret, gathering his strength while the men of Numenor grew proud and the elves withdrew into their hidden realms. Now his power had waxed beyond all measure. The Nazgûl rode forth from his gates on fell beasts, carrying terror to every corner of Middle-earth. Orcs bred in the deep places of Mordor marched in endless columns, their weapons gleaming with malice. Wolves stalked the forests, and trolls descended from the mountains. All evil things bent to his will. The kingdoms of men that had once stood proud were fallen or enslaved. The great cities built by the Númenóreans in the Second Age lay in ruins or served new masters. Kings who had ruled in wisdom now cowered in hidden strongholds, and their people fled like scattered leaves before the autumn wind. Even the mighty realm of Gil-galad in Lindon felt the pressure of this gathering storm, though the elves yet held their borders against the encroaching darkness. From the Sea of Rhûn to the shores of the Western Ocean, Sauron's dominion spread like a plague. The Southrons bowed before his throne, and the Easterlings rode beneath his banners. The very earth seemed to wither where his servants passed. Rivers ran dark with poison, and the sky above Mordor burned with unnatural fires. Yet still his appetite for conquest grew, for he remembered the humiliation of his first defeat, when Gil-galad and Elendil had cast down his physical form at the end of the Second Age's darkest hour. Yet still his appetite for conquest grew, for he remembered the humiliation of his first defeat, when Gil-galad and Elendil had cast down his physical form at the end of the Second Age's darkest hour. But that time had not yet come. Now Sauron stood triumphant and seemingly invincible, and his gaze turned often toward the west, where lay the island kingdom that had once aided his enemies. Reports reached him of civil strife in Numenor, of the rise of Ar-Pharazôn, the usurper, of a people grown proud and hungry for dominion. Such news pleased the Dark Lord greatly, for he understood how pride might be turned to his purpose, and how the mightiest could be made to fall through their own ambitions. In the courts of Ar-Menelaos, rumors began to circulate of this Lord of Middle-earth who called himself King of Kings. Merchants returning from the eastern shores brought tales that grew more fantastic with each telling. Some spoke of armies beyond counting, of fortresses that scraped the clouds, of a ruler whose very presence could wither the hearts of his enemies. Others whispered of vast treasures hoarded in Mordor, of ancient secrets that could grant power beyond mortal understanding. Ar-Pharazôn listened to these reports with growing interest. Here was a rival to his own greatness, a challenger to the supremacy that he believed belonged by right to Numenor alone. The very idea that any power in Middle-earth might dare to style itself greater than the kingdom of the Dunedain filled him with rage. Had not his people aided Gil-galad in ancient days? Had they not proven their might in countless battles? The audacity of this Eastern king demanded response. The stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of the world. Two powers of terrible might were awakening to each other's existence, and both burned with the desire for absolute dominion. Neither could suffer a rival, and neither understood how deeply they had already begun to corrupt themselves through their own ambitions. In the gathering twilight of the Second Age, the last great drama was about to begin. Yet even as Ar-Pharazôn's anger grew, a darker fascination began to take root in his mind. What manner of man could command such forces? What secrets might such a ruler possess? The king of Numenor found himself drawn to learn more of this mysterious lord of Middle-earth, even as he planned to humble him. Pride called to pride across the waters, and in the distant fortress of Barad-dûr, Sauron smiled to feel that call. The decision came swiftly once Ar-Pharazôn's mind was set upon its course. No rival power would be suffered to exist while Numenor yet drew breath, and certainly no upstart king in the barbarous lands of Middle-earth would dare to style himself greater than the rightful heirs of Elros Tar Minhota. The king's men rallied eagerly to their sovereign's call, for here at last was the promise of glory they had long awaited, the chance to prove their supremacy over all the peoples of the world. Throughout the harbors of Numenor, the greatest shipbuilding effort in the island's history began. From Ravenna in the east to the western ports of Elder Lunde, the sound of hammers and saws filled the air from dawn to dusk. Ancient forests fell beneath the axe to provide timber for the fleet, and the finest craftsmen of the realm labored to create vessels worthy of their king's ambition. Never before had such ships been conceived, each one a floating fortress capable of carrying hundreds of warriors across the vast waters. The Numenorian shipwrights drew upon centuries of maritime knowledge, but they surpassed all their previous achievements in creating this armament. The flagship alone rose like a moving mountain from the waves, its golden prow carved in the likeness of a great eagle, its sails broad enough to catch the wind from any quarter. Smaller vessels surrounded it like a pack of hunting wolves, each armed with catapults and ballistae capable of reducing coastal fortifications to rubble. As the months passed and the fleet took shape, volunteers flocked to join the expedition from every corner of the island. Young nobles sought to prove their valor in foreign wars, while seasoned veterans of colonial campaigns offered their experience to the king's cause. Craftsmen and engineers enlisted to serve the war effort, bringing with them the mechanical arts that had made Numenor's armies feared throughout the known world. Even merchants joined the venture, drawn by promises of untold wealth to be won in the conquest of eastern lands. The preparations consumed vast resources, but Ar-Pharazôn spared no expense in outfitting his forces. Armor of the finest steel was forged in the workshops of Ar-Menelaos, and weapons that gleamed like silver filled the armories. Provisions enough to sustain an army for years were loaded into the holds of supply ships. Maps and charts of Middle-earth's coastlines were studied and copied by the king's navigators, though many regions remained blank, marking territories where no Numenorian had yet set foot. Word of these preparations could not be kept secret, and throughout the realm, the people watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The faithful, driven now into hidden corners of society, saw in this great armament the fulfillment of their darkest prophecies. They remembered the ancient warnings about sailing too far westward, and they wondered whether this eastern venture might bring equal catastrophe upon their beloved island. Yet they dared not speak such fears aloud, for Ar-Pharazôn's agents watched for any sign of disloyalty. The king himself spent his days touring the harbors and shipyards, inspecting every detail of the preparations with fierce satisfaction. Here was power made manifest, proof of Numenor's superiority over all other realms. When this fleet sailed forth, the very sight of it would strike terror into the hearts of his enemies. No force in Middle-earth could stand against such might, and certainly not this shadowy king who ruled from his distant tower. At last, after 3 years of preparation, the great day arrived. The entire population of the island seemed to gather along the coastlines to witness the departure of the mightiest fleet ever assembled. Banners flew from every masthead, and the sound of war horns echoed across the waters. Ar-Pharazôn himself stood upon the deck of his flagship, resplendent in armor of gold and steel, the ancient crown of the Numenorian kings upon his brow. The king raised his sword toward the rising sun and spoke words of command. The anchors rose, the sails unfurled, and slowly the great armament began to move. Ship after ship followed in the wake of the flagship, their oars flashing in unison as they cleared the harbors. The sea itself seemed to part before their advance, as if recognizing the majesty of their purpose. For days the fleet maintained its eastward course, a moving city upon the waves, its passage marked by clouds of seabirds that followed in hope of scraps from the ship's galleys. The weather held fair, and the wind filled their sails with steady persistence. Behind them, Numenor dwindled to a distant smudge upon the horizon, while ahead lay the unknown shores of Middle-earth, and the confrontation that would determine the fate of 2 civilizations. In his cabin aboard the flagship, Ar-Pharazôn studied his maps and dreamed of conquest. Soon he would stand face to face with this pretender who dared call himself Lord of Middle-earth. The reckoning had begun. When the great armament of Numenor reached the shores of Middle-earth, the very coastline seemed to tremble beneath the weight of so many vessels. The fleet darkened the horizon from north to south, and the thunder of their approach could be heard leagues inland. Never in all the ages of the world had such a force gathered upon the waters, and even the gulls fell silent before its majesty. Ar-Pharazôn himself led the first boats to shore, his golden armor blazing in the morning sun. Behind him came the flower of Numenorian nobility, each warrior eager to prove his worth in the conquest of this eastern realm. They expected fierce resistance, prepared speeches of surrender, and dreamed of plunder beyond measure. Yet, as they established their beachhead, an eerie quiet settled over the land. No armies rushed to contest their landing. No fortress gates slammed shut against their advance. Instead, messengers appeared upon the roads leading inland, bearing white banners and speaking words of submission in tongues the Numenorians barely understood. The local populations fled their homes rather than face the wrath of the Sea Kings, leaving behind empty villages and abandoned fields. It seemed that reputation alone had conquered half the land. Word spread swiftly through the ranks that the Lord of Middle-earth himself was approaching under a flag of truce. Veterans of many campaigns shook their heads in bewilderment, for they had expected months of siege warfare and bloody battles. Instead, their enemy appeared to be surrendering before the first sword had been drawn. Some whispered that this proved the cowardice of all Eastern peoples, while others wondered what manner of trap might be concealed beneath such easy victory. The Dark Lord came forth from his realm with great pageantry, yet none who saw him could deny the awe his presence inspired. Tall beyond the measure of mortal men, clad in robes that seemed to capture and hold the light. He moved with a grace that spoke of power beyond earthly understanding. His face was fair to look upon, beautiful as the elves, yet touched with a wisdom that seemed ancient beyond counting. Even hardened soldiers found themselves staring in wonder. Before the assembled might of Numenor, Sauron prostrated himself and offered submission to Ar-Pharazôn as the rightful king of all lands beneath the sky. His voice carried music within it, and his words flowed like honey, acknowledging defeat with such eloquent humility that many listeners felt almost ashamed of their easy triumph. Here was no barbarous chieftain, but a lord of evident nobility who recognized superior authority when confronted with it. The Numenorian king accepted this surrender with appropriate majesty, though privately he felt some disappointment at the lack of glorious battle. Still, the submission of so mighty a ruler before the assembled armies would make a tale worthy of the ancient heroes. Ar-Pharazôn declared that this lord of Middle-earth would return with the fleet to Numenor, there to serve as proof of the island kingdom's invincible power and rightful dominion over all the world, as the great armament prepared for its homeward journey. Few among the Numenorians questioned the wisdom of bringing their captive to their own shores. He had yielded completely to their superior might, and his cooperation seemed absolute. Guards watched him more from ceremony than necessity, for he made no attempt to escape and answered all questions with courteous deference. If anything, he appeared eager to learn more of Numenorian customs and achievements. Gradually, subtle changes began to manifest among the ship's company. Officers found themselves adopting new customs that their captive guest mentioned in passing. Soldiers experimented with fighting techniques he described from ancient wars. Even the sailors adjusted their methods based on navigational wisdom he shared during their evening conversations. All these innovations seemed beneficial, improvements upon their existing practices rather than alien impositions. The prisoner spoke often of the arts by which kings might extend their reigns beyond the normal span of mortal years. Such topics fascinated Ar-Pharazôn greatly, for the thought of death had begun to trouble him as his youth passed into middle age. Here was one who claimed knowledge of secrets that could preserve life and strength far beyond their natural limits. The conversations grew longer and more private as the journey continued. By the time Numenor's familiar peaks appeared upon the horizon, the relationship between captor and captive had shifted in ways none could quite define. The prisoner remained technically a hostage, yet he seemed somehow to have become also an advisor, a teacher, and almost a friend. His golden chains had become mere ornaments, symbols of a submission that appeared complete yet felt strangely hollow. What magnificent triumph was this that brought home such a prize? Yet some among the crew felt an unease they could not name, a sense that their victory carried within it the seeds of something darker than defeat. Within the royal palace of Ar-Menelaos, the golden prisoner found himself accorded honors that would have befitted a visiting king rather than a captive brought home in chains. Ar-Pharazôn commanded that chambers be prepared in the highest tower, where windows looked out upon the harbor and the western sea. Servants attended to every need, and courtiers vied for the privilege of conversation with this fascinating lord from the eastern lands. Few remembered anymore that he had come as a conquered enemy. The transformation proved swift and subtle. What had begun as interrogations became consultations. and consultations ripened into regular councils, where the prisoner's voice carried weight equal to the king's most trusted advisors. His wisdom seemed boundless, spanning disciplines from agriculture to warfare, from architecture to the deeper mysteries of statecraft. Every suggestion bore fruit, every recommendation proved sound, and gradually the court grew dependent upon his counsel in matters great and small. Sauron spoke often of the natural rights of the strong to rule over the weak, concepts that resonated deeply with minds already shaped by generations of imperial pride. Why should the Numenorians, mightiest of all peoples, submit to restrictions placed upon them by distant powers, who claimed authority over mortal affairs? The Valar dwelt in ease upon their blessed shores, while men struggled and died, growing old and passing into shadow. Such cosmic injustice demanded correction by those with strength enough to challenge it. These ideas found fertile ground among the king's men, who had long chafed under what they saw as superstitious restrictions inherited from weaker ages. The prohibition against sailing westward particularly rankled them. For what ocean could resist Numenorian seamanship, and what land could withstand their military might? Their ancestors had earned the right to immortality through service in the wars against Morgoth. Yet death still claimed them, while elves lived on in endless youth. Within months of his arrival, the prisoner had become indispensable to the daily governance of the realm. His advice shaped trade policies that brought unprecedented wealth to the royal treasury. Military reforms, he suggested, increased the efficiency of Numenorian armies beyond all previous standards. Even matters of law and justice benefited from his counsel, though some noted that his recommendations invariably favored strength over mercy, pragmatism over principle. Ar-Pharazôn found himself drawn ever deeper into private conversations with his remarkable captive. Here was someone who truly understood the burdens of rulership, who had guided peoples through ages of struggle and triumph. The king's own nobles, for all their loyalty, seemed children by comparison, their wisdom shallow and their vision limited. Only this eastern lord possessed the depth of knowledge necessary to guide Numenor toward its true destiny. The influence extended beyond mere policy into realms more personal and profound. Sauron spoke knowingly of herbs and treatments that could preserve youth and vigor far beyond their natural span. He described ancient techniques of breathing and meditation that might slow the aging process. Most intriguingly, he hinted at deeper secrets. Knowledge possessed by the Valar themselves, but jealously guarded from mortal understanding. Such wisdom could be shared, he suggested, with those strong enough to seize it. Opposition to these new directions began to emerge among the faithful, who remembered the warnings of their ancestors and feared the direction their beloved island was taking. Their protests, however, fell upon deaf ears, for they were vastly outnumbered by citizens who embraced the promise of greatness their counselor offered. Popular sentiment had shifted decisively toward those who preached Numenorian supremacy and the right to claim whatever power they could grasp. The prisoner encouraged this division, subtly suggesting that internal unity required the elimination of backward elements who clung to obsolete traditions. The faithful represented weakness, he argued, a cancer upon the body politic that prevented Numenor from achieving its full potential. Their superstitious reverence for distant powers undermined the confidence necessary for true greatness. A strong king would deal decisively with such divisive influences. Gradually, policies began to reflect this hardening attitude toward dissent. Faithful families found themselves excluded from government positions they had held for generations. Their children faced restrictions in military service and educational opportunities. Surveillance of their activities increased under the guise of protecting national security. The techniques of oppression that had flourished under Gimmelser returned with renewed vigor, now backed by sophisticated justifications. Religious observances that honored the Valar came under particular scrutiny. Why should the people of Numenor bow before powers who had granted immortality to elves, but condemned men to brief lives of struggle? Such worship represented acceptance of cosmic injustice, a willing submission to tyranny dressed in the robes of divinity. True dignity demanded the rejection of such demeaning practices in favor of confidence in Numenorian greatness. The prisoner's own example provided a compelling alternative to traditional devotions. Here was a being of evident wisdom and power who owed nothing to the Valar, who had built his authority through strength and knowledge rather than inherited privilege. His very presence demonstrated that mortals need not accept the limitations imposed upon them by cosmic accident. Proper ambition could transcend any boundary. Each day brought new revelations, new possibilities for advancement beyond the constraints that had previously defined mortal existence. The Golden Prisoner had become the teacher Numenor never knew it needed, the guide who could lead them toward their true inheritance as the greatest of all peoples beneath the sky. When honest men slept peacefully, darker councils met to plan the future of the world. The first whispered suggestions came during private audiences between Ar-Pharazôn and his most valued counselor. Conversations that stretched long into the night hours when the palace lay shrouded in silence. Why should the people of Numenor gather in simple groves to offer prayers to distant powers who had granted them so little? Their ancestors had earned divine favor through blood and sacrifice, yet their descendants received only the promise of eventual death while elves enjoyed eternal life. Such cosmic inequality demanded a response more fitting to their true dignity and power. Sauron spoke of ancient practices known in the Elder Days, when mortals who sought true greatness built monuments worthy of their ambitions. The greatest civilizations had always honored their gods with structures that pierced the sky. Temples whose very presence declared the devotion and might of their builders. Numenor possessed craftsmen superior to any who had ever lived, yet their religious observances remained humble and primitive, unchanged since the days when their ancestors dwelt in rough settlements rather than golden cities. The proposal took shape gradually, emerging from these nocturnal discussions like dawn breaking over the eastern sea. A temple would be built in Ar-Menelaos, greater than any structure yet conceived by mortal architects. Its foundation would be laid upon the hill overlooking the harbor, where all who approached the island would see immediately the devotion and power of its inhabitants. Such a monument would stand as eternal testament to Numenorian greatness and the wisdom of their king. Ar-Pharazôn embraced the concept with enthusiasm that surprised even his closest advisors. Here was a project worthy of his reign, something that would surpass the achievements of all previous rulers and establish his legacy for generations yet unborn. The finest architects in the realm received summons to the palace, where they found themselves tasked with designing a structure that would dwarf all previous buildings and strike awe into the hearts of all who beheld it. Construction began with ceremonies that drew crowds from across the island. The king himself laid the cornerstone, a block of black marble, brought from distant quarries and carved with symbols whose meaning the common people did not understand. Master masons directed the placement of massive stones, hauled by teams of oxen up the steep slopes of the hill. The sound of hammers and chisels filled the air from dawn to dusk as the greatest building project in Numenorian history took shape. Yet, as the temple rose toward the sky, subtle changes became apparent in its design and decoration. The traditional symbols of Eru, Iluvatar, and the Valar gave way to newer emblems whose significance remained unclear to most observers. Carvings appeared upon the walls, depicting scenes of conquest and domination rather than the peaceful themes that had adorned earlier sacred buildings. The very architecture seemed to emphasize strength and authority over the harmony and balance that had characterized Numenorian art for centuries. Sauron involved himself closely in every aspect of the construction, offering suggestions that enhanced both the beauty and the impressive power of the emerging structure. His knowledge of engineering techniques, unknown to even the most skilled Numenorian craftsmen, solved problems that had initially seemed insurmountable. Under his guidance, the temple's central dome achieved heights that defied previous understanding of what stone and mortar could support. The prisoner's growing influence became particularly evident in the selection of priests who would serve the new temple. Traditional clergy found themselves gently but firmly excluded from positions of authority, replaced by younger men whose enthusiasm for the project outweighed their attachment to ancient customs. These new religious leaders embraced innovations in ritual and doctrine that reflected the changing spirit of Numenorian society, emphasizing the special destiny of their people rather than humble submission to cosmic authority. Citizens who had initially welcomed the temple project began to express private concerns about the direction their religion was taking. The old groves, where they had gathered for generations to honor Eru and offer thanks for the gifts of life, suddenly seemed neglected and abandoned. Families who attempted to maintain traditional observances found themselves subtly discouraged by social pressure and official disapproval. The new faith demanded exclusive devotion and rejected compromise with older practices. Opposition emerged most strongly among the faithful, who recognized in these developments the fulfillment of ancient prophecies about the corruption of their beloved island. Their leaders attempted to organize resistance to the temple's completion, arguing that such monuments represented dangerous departures from the wisdom of their ancestors. Yet their voices carried little weight against the enthusiasm of the majority and the active hostility of the government. These dissenting voices soon found themselves facing more direct persecution. Faithful families discovered that their children could no longer gain admission to the finest schools, while their businesses lost valuable contracts with government agencies. Social ostracism followed those who spoke too openly against the new religious policies. The message became clear: conformity was expected, and deviation would not be tolerated. As the temple neared completion, its true purpose began to reveal itself through the rituals performed within its walls. The ceremonies grew increasingly elaborate and mysterious, with practices that drew inspiration from traditions entirely foreign to Numenorian culture. Participants emerged from these observances, speaking of revelations and experiences that transformed their understanding of their place in the cosmic order. The old humility gave way to intoxicating visions of power and dominion. The completed temple dominated the skyline of Armenelos like a black mountain thrust up from the earth, its shadow falling across the harbor and the surrounding neighborhoods. Citizens who had once gathered in pleasant groves now found themselves drawn to ceremonies that left them feeling both exalted and somehow diminished. The building itself seemed to watch over the city with eyes carved into its stone facade, eyes that never closed and never looked away. Dark smoke began to rise from the temple's altar fires, carrying with it the scent of offerings whose nature the common people preferred not to examine too closely. Drums echoed from within its walls at hours when decent folk should have been sleeping peacefully in their beds. Something fundamental had changed in the spiritual life of Numenor, something that could never be undone through mere regret or repentance. Blood would soon stain the altar stones, and the screams would carry on the wind. Prisoners of war provided the first offerings upon the dark altar. Men captured during raids along the coasts of Middle-earth who had resisted Numenorian authority with futile courage. Their deaths served a double purpose. Sauron explained to the king's inner circle, both honoring the new powers they served and demonstrating the fate of those who opposed the rightful dominion of the Sea Kings. Such executions carried religious significance that elevated them far above mere judicial punishments, transforming necessary violence into sacred duty. Ar-Pharazôn himself wielded the ceremonial blade during the first ritual, his hands steady as he followed the precise instructions his counselor had provided. The prisoner's blood flowed across stone carved with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering torchlight. Strange words echoed through the temple's vaulted chambers, syllables in tongues that predated the speech of men yet somehow felt familiar to those who heard them. Power flowed through the king's veins like molten gold, filling him with strength he had never known. Those nobles who witnessed these early ceremonies emerged transformed by the experience, their faces flushed with excitement and their eyes bright with new understanding. They spoke in hushed tones of revelations received during the rituals, visions of Numenor's destiny that surpassed their wildest dreams of conquest and glory. The sacrifices were working, they declared, opening pathways to knowledge that the Valar had jealously guarded from mortal understanding. Each death brought them closer to their true inheritance. News of these practices spread through the population like ripples across still water, carried by servants and guards who had attended the ceremonies. Most citizens received such reports with a mixture of fascination and unease, uncertain whether to feel pride or horror at their king's bold innovations. The traditional reverence for life that had characterized Numenorian culture for millennia suddenly seemed naive and limiting, an obstacle to the greatness their leaders now promised. Justifications flowed easily from the mouths of the new priesthood, men who had abandoned their former calling to serve in the temple of power that dominated their capital. The prisoners who died upon the altar were enemies of Numenor, they proclaimed, rebels who had forfeited their right to life through opposition to legitimate authority. Their deaths served justice while advancing the sacred work of transformation that would elevate the Dunedain beyond the limitations imposed upon ordinary mortals. Criminal executions moved from the public squares into the temple's shadowed interior, where death became ceremony and punishment transformed into offering. Thieves and murderers who had once faced clean beheadings now found themselves participating in elaborate rituals whose meaning they could not comprehend. Their terror served a purpose beyond mere deterrence, feeding energies that the temple's architects had designed into its very stones and mortar. Gradually, the definition of criminality began to expand under pressure from advisors who understood the altar's hungry requirements. Sedition became a capital offense, broadly interpreted to include any criticism of royal policies or questioning of new religious practices. Speaking fondly of the old ways marked one as a dangerous reactionary whose influence threatened social stability. The prisons filled with citizens whose only crime was insufficient enthusiasm for the changes sweeping their homeland. Family members of the condemned found themselves facing impossible choices, pressured to demonstrate their loyalty by attending the executions of their loved ones. Those who refused such invitations drew unwanted attention from authorities who questioned their commitment to the new order. Gradually, a perverse theater of complicity emerged, where citizens participated in horrors they secretly despised simply to avoid joining the victims upon the altar stones. Faithful communities bore the brunt of this expanding persecution, their adherence to ancient traditions marking them as enemies of progress and enlightenment. Entire families disappeared into the temple's depths, their screams adding to the chorus that rose nightly from Armanello's highest hill. Property seized from the condemned enriched the royal treasury and rewarded those who had proven their loyalty through zealous service to the new regime. Sauron's presence at these ceremonies grew ever more commanding, his voice directing the rituals with authority that even Ar-Pharazôn acknowledged. The Golden Prisoner had become the true master of Numenor's spiritual life, though few dared speak such thoughts aloud. His knowledge of the darkest arts far exceeded anything the island's inhabitants had previously imagined, and his power waxed stronger with each offering placed upon his altar. Children began to feature among the sacrifices, their innocence making them particularly precious to the entities that fed upon the temple's bloody offerings. Parents who had embraced the new faith with genuine enthusiasm found their devotion tested when their own offspring received selection for this ultimate honor. Yet many accepted even this final demand, convinced that their sacrifice would purchase immortality and power beyond mortal understanding. Terror and exultation walked hand in hand through the streets of Armenolus, where citizens lived in constant awareness of the smoke that rose from the temple fires. Some felt themselves elevated by participation in cosmic mysteries that transcended ordinary moral concerns. Others cowered in their homes, praying to gods who seemed to have abandoned their chosen people to darkness and despair. Blood flowed in rivers down the altar's carved channels, pooling in basins whose purpose had once been decorative but now served hungrier needs. The stench of death permeated the temple despite the precious incense burned to mask it, a smell that carried on the wind throughout the capital and beyond. Even the sea itself seemed tainted by the corruption that had taken root in the heart of Numenor's greatest city. Madness crept through the population like a plague, manifesting in violence and cruelty that would have been unthinkable in earlier generations. The boundaries between civilization and barbarism dissolved under pressure from forces that demanded ever greater offerings, ever more elaborate demonstrations of devotion. Neighbors turned against neighbors, Children betrayed parents, and the bonds that held society together stretched toward the breaking point. Yet still the hunger grew, and still the altar demanded more. Darkness had found its perfect servants among the proud and mighty Numenorians, and through them it would remake the world according to its own terrible design. Even the skies above Numenor seemed to recoil from the horrors that had consumed the once blessed isle. As clouds gathered in unnatural formations and the very air grew thick with foreboding. The temple fires burned day and night, their smoke rising in columns that twisted and writhed, like living things before dispersing into a pall that covered the entire island. Yet Ar-Pharazôn gazed westward from his palace windows with eyes that burned with ambition beyond all reason. For his counselor had whispered of one final prize that would crown all their achievements. Sauron spoke now openly of the undying lands that lay beyond the western horizon. Those blessed shores where the Valar dwelt in eternal peace, while mortals suffered the cruel burden of death. Why should such immortal realms remain forbidden to the mightiest of all peoples beneath the sky? The fleet that had conquered Middle-earth could surely overcome any barrier that stood between Numenor and its rightful inheritance. Death itself would bow before sufficient determination and military might. The madness that had seized the island's population made this ultimate blasphemy seem not only possible but inevitable. Citizens who had participated in unspeakable rituals found their capacity for rational thought corrupted beyond repair. They cheered their king's announcement that Numenor would sail west to claim immortality by force, viewing such cosmic rebellion as the natural culmination of their superior destiny. Opposition had been silenced through blood and terror, leaving only voices raised in praise of this final campaign. Preparations began immediately for an expedition that would dwarf even the great armament that had sailed to Middle-earth. Every ship in Numenor's harbors received orders to ready themselves for the ultimate voyage, while new vessels rose from the shipyards with unprecedented speed. The entire population seemed caught up in frenzied activity, as if movement alone could stave off the growing sense that something fundamental had broken in the natural order of creation. Faithful families who had survived the persecutions gathered in hidden places to pray for deliverance, though few believed their voices could reach divine ears through the spiritual corruption that had settled over their homeland like a plague. Some attempted to flee the island in small boats, preferring to risk drowning in the vast ocean rather than participate in the approaching catastrophe. Most found their escape routes blocked by guards who had orders to prevent any abandonment of the great enterprise. Yet even as the preparations reached their climax, signs appeared that suggested cosmic forces were stirring in response to Numenor's intended sacrilege. Eagles circled overhead in numbers beyond counting, their cries carrying warnings that none chose to heed. The sea itself seemed restless, with waves that crashed against the shore in patterns that defied normal tidal movements. Stars, visible in daylight, burned with unnatural brightness, as if the very heavens were preparing for some tremendous upheaval. Ar-Pharazôn ignored these portents with the same disdain he had shown for all previous warnings about the path his kingdom was taking. His counselor assured him that such phenomena merely demonstrated the fear of lesser powers who recognized the approach of their rightful conquerors. The Valar had grown soft through ages of unchallenged rule, while Numenor had been tempered by struggle and hardened by sacrifice. Victory was inevitable for those with courage enough to seize it. The great fleet departed on a morning when the sun rose, blood-red through clouds that seemed to press down upon the earth like a weight beyond bearing. Ship after ship cleared the harbors and formed into battle formations that stretched beyond the horizon in every direction. Never had such a force sailed upon any ocean since the world began, and our Pharazan stood upon his flagship's deck with the certainty that he was about to reshape the very foundations of existence. Behind them, Numenor dwindled to a dark speck upon waters that had begun to churn with unnatural violence. Those few who remained upon the island watched from cliff tops as their king sailed toward his appointment with destiny, though whether that destiny would bring triumph or catastrophe remained hidden behind veils of storm clouds that were gathering with supernatural speed across the western sky. But the Valar had not remained idle while corruption consumed the greatest realm of mortal men. From their halls beyond the circles of the world, Manwë and Vardar looked down upon the approaching fleet with sorrow that encompassed ages of friendship betrayed and promises broken. The time for warnings had passed, and only justice remained to be dispensed upon those who had chosen darkness over light, pride over wisdom, and tyranny over the gift of mortality they had been granted. Eru Ilúvatar himself intervened when his creation faced this ultimate challenge to its cosmic order. The straight path that had connected the mortal lands to the undying shores since the beginning of days suddenly vanished, removed from the circles of the world like a thread pulled from a tapestry. The sea opened beneath our Pharazon's mighty fleet, swallowing ships and sailors alike into an abyss from which no mortal voice would ever return. At that same moment, Numenor itself began to sink beneath waves that rose like mountains to claim the star-shaped isle. Palaces and temples, harbors and highways, all the works of centuries disappeared beneath the hungry waters. The corruption that had poisoned the hearts of the Dunedain was cleansed by overwhelming catastrophe, though few survived to witness the purification of their homeland. 9 ships escaped the general destruction, bearing those faithful families who had prepared for flight during the final days of madness. Led by Elendil the Tall, these survivors found new homes in Middle-earth, where they would establish the realms of Arna and Gondor and await the return of their king. Yet they carried with them the memory of paradise lost and the knowledge that some sins could never be forgiven, only washed away by cosmic justice. The world itself emerged transformed from this great catastrophe, its shape changed forever by divine intervention. No longer could mortals sail westward to reach the undying lands, for those blessed shores now lay beyond the spheres of air and sea. The earth became round where once it had been flat, and only the elves retained the ancient roads that led beyond the sunset to their eternal home. Thus ended the Second Age in fire and flood, and with it perished the greatest civilization that mortal men had ever built. Numenor was gone, swallowed by the sea and erased from all maps, save those preserved in the memories of the surviving faithful. Yet from the ashes of that destruction would rise new kingdoms and new hope. For some truths could not be drowned beneath any ocean, no matter how deep. The world was remade, but it